Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. It is 0600 and meaning, oh my God, it is so early. And it also means to hide your kitty cats, hide your dogs even, hide your children, because we are trolling the digital airwaves. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we kill brain cells, and as such, we may be, we might be. No, we are the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. You have been warned. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sports Talk with the Guys. Thank you for joining us. And I just made that up right now. It's a something of a something of a something. And you know who I am. I'm the scorekeeper. My glorious and wonderful co-host this morning. Because she was on with us, our video count is down to 0 now because she's on with us. Good morning,
Hi.
NorCal girl.
I think I'm leaving now.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's already way too much in the morning, so I've been told.
Mhm.
Anyway, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I noticed that my mic, I'm almost eating it, and you have yours like out
It's way
trailing.
out. I know. It won't come in any closer. I hate it. I
Hmm.
really hate it.
Are you talking about the mic? Talking about me?
Nah.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
remain undetermined.
It will remain undetermined. It is what it is. So, hey, by the way, I may be up in NorCal, um, regionally, in November. I have been
Really?
invited up to a wedding. I'm not sure if the wedding's this year or next year, but I may be heading up to a wedding to someone I've known for a very, 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 very short time, and we'll see. So, um,
Come to play with the cows, huh?
I'm not going to leave one for another. No, it's all
Mm.
right. Me no likey cows. They serve a purpose, but I've never been of
Yes, they're
interest.
tasty.
Wow, what is that? The one side of whatever. It's the Spencer steak. I am a fan of Spencer steak. I'm
Mm.
not even sure. It's just a
Not sure where
particular
that's
kind.
from. Yeah.
I don't know. It might be from around the yard. One of your cows. It could have been. Anyway, we're all good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is, I was going to say November for some reason. I'm like, oh my God, I did book my flight. May 25th, 2024. I don't think I'm going to be able to drive, but I don't even know if I'm going to be able to fly up there. I really don't know, but we'll see. It is May 25th, 2024. Thank you for joining us. That is NorCal Girl. I am Scorekeeper, and it is 54 degrees and cloudy. It did rain yesterday in Southern California, which was much appreciated. And it's going to get to a high of 68 today, overnight low of 54. So as cold as it is now, huh, Ash? And you bailed, didn't you, Ash? Yeah, you did. You got tired of the aroma, didn't you? One of my cats was sick last night, and I left them in the garage. Now I have to. Oh, and it's they were not well. Poor thing. Oh, I think it's getting warm enough that I don't have to keep them in the garage anymore. Getting tired.
Hopefully, you won't have any visitors come over for the
Uh,
rest of the day.
Hopefully not. It's been very quiet as of late, since it's made its last presence known. So right now it feels like 52 degrees. As I mentioned, 68 and 54, the high and low respectively. Humidity is 90%. I'm like, yeah, I guess it is. Pressure is 29.94 inches. And I did receive a note from an East Coast. He says, how do you not understand when humidity is not 90%? And I had to remind them that our humidity is not the same as East Coast humidity. I have been in East Coast humidity. Ah, it is a relationship which I don't like. I mean, that humidity is all over you on the East Coast.
My nephew's finding that out now, being in Kentucky. He's like, I'm sweating all the time. It's like you can't breathe inside, you can't breathe outside. It's like walking through a soup.
Yeah, me no likey. But it is 90% humidity right now. Pressure is 29.94 inches and rising. Visibility is 10 miles right now. Sunrise was at 5:42 a.m. Sunset will be at 7:53 p.m. Wind is heading out to the east at 6 miles per hour. The dew point is 51 degrees. Woohoo! UV index, of course, is at this time 0 of 11, and the moon phase is a waning gibbous. Woohoo! So I have one for you today. Too bad Anime Girl is not here. But what's the difference between England and a tea bag? A tea
Hmm.
bag could stay in the cup for longer.
I was thinking something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah.
So, taking a quick look at what's upcoming, we'll talk about the Preakness very briefly. Congratulations to the winner. That was last week. In Formula One, they're in. Oh, actually, this is upcoming events. On this day in sports, back in 1876, the fourth Preakness, G. Barbie aboard Shirley wins in 2 minutes 44.75. Roland Beaumont, South African cricket batsman, 5 tests in Transvaal, dies at 74 back in 1958. Kind of like when it took me 2 years to realize that I should have retired from baseball 2 years before. But it's 4 years. Do the math, people. Do the math. Of course, in 1965, champion Sugar Ray Robinson weds Millie Bruce in Los Angeles. That's a quick look in history and some upcoming events. As I mentioned, Monaco is Formula One this weekend, and the NBA finals start on June 1st. Game one, we have the Belmont Stakes on June 8th, the 156th running, and Formula One will be in Canada on June 9th, and also the big dog will be celebrating his day, Born's Day. I understand that when you speak American Sign Language, there is no word for birth, so it's actually Born's Day when you wish someone a happy Born's Day. So, in on June 20th, the Major League Baseball Negro Leagues and Willie Mays in Major League Baseball will be in Birmingham, Alabama. The NBA draft is June 22nd, and Formula One will be in Spain on June 23rd. That's a quick look at the events coming in the next 30 days. And as I go around the bases, for lack of a better word, in Rugby League Down Under, in the Telstra Premiership, in the Indigenous round, on May 23rd, the Bulldogs really plastered the Dragons 44-12. On the 24th, the Cowboys 42, the West Tigers 28. The Sea Eagles edged the Storm 26-20. Well, they didn't edge them; they just beat them 26-20. The Raiders. Oh my goodness, the Raiders lost to the Roosters 44-16. And earlier today, Panthers shut out the Sharks 42-0, and the Rabbitohs 42-26 over the Eels. Later today, Pacific time at 9 p.m., Broncos visit Titans, and 11:05 p.m. Pacific time, Warriors visit the Dolphins. That's a quick look at rugby and one of my favorite sports, the women. I'm sorry, I mean the AVP, which is really cool. It is the American Volleyball Tournament. It is actually they're off. They're off this weekend? No, it's Memorial Day. Well, I'm certain I'm mistaken. But for the AVP schedule, the Denver Open, the contender event, is July 6th through the 7th. And a Wapaka event contender will be July 11th to the 12th. And the Virginia Beach Open contender event will be August 3 through 4, 2024. NHRA this week in New England. The NHRA New England National is taking place at Epping, New Hampshire. Check it out. Hashtag New England NATS, May 31st through June 2nd. So that will be next week. Formula One, as I mentioned, they are racing in Monaco this weekend. So qualifying will begin in 48 minutes, 45 seconds mark. And in NASCAR, taking a quick look, Nick at Night, ladies and gentlemen, the Craftsman Trucks, the Truck Series, I believe, will be tonight. But the race where they're at is I am sorry, I did not have that one. The Coca-Cola 600 Charlotte Motor Speedway. Catch the race on Fox, PRN, and Sirius XM. And a quick look, 6-2 will be the Worldwide Technology Raceway. And June 9th, Sonoma! Folks, if you're not a racing fan, not a car fan, don't matter. Sonoma is the race to watch. Take it from the scorekeeper. The reason why I love Sonoma is I'm not sure if NorCal girls familiar with Sonoma, is it's what they call a road course because all NASCAR goes in left
Yeah.
turns, but Sonoma has lefts, rights, ups,
Yes.
downs, and it's really cool. It's a fun race, and
Been
it's
to it
cool
a
to
few
check out.
times.
I'm sorry,
I've been to it a few times.
you have been to the Sonoma Raceway for an event?
It's not that
Really?
far.
No, it's not, is it?
No,
No,
it's like when I
seriously,
was
what
a
is
kid,
it?
we used to go. Oh
Driving what, an
God,
hour and a half, maybe 2 hours?
probably I have not gone in the last several years, but I did go quite a bit when I was younger.
Did you
And yeah,
really?
probably about 2 hours.
I've been trying to get up there and I'm looking forward to it, but with the issues with my neck right now, it's just absolutely horrid. And I have two AMEs down. I am so happy. Just
I
absolutely
noticed.
happy. So
Good
it is
morning,
really good. Oh, yes. Good morning. And hopefully you're going to join us, Aisha. The link is in the NDB Media Forum. So, Aisha, this one is for you, young lady. I know you did not hear it, but it is what it is. What's the difference between England and a tea bag? A tea bag could stay in the cup for longer. That one was directed at you. It wasn't a Dallas Cowboy fan joke, but hey, it is what it is. So NASCAR is on the 9th. I will be. Oh man, what is on my personal calendar for June 9th? What am I doing? June 9th sounds ridiculously, horridly. Oh, I will be. Ugh, darn it! Darn it! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be suffering through on June 8th, June 9th, and June 10th. I already have the tickets. My youngest and I are going. I'm going to be dying, man, but I got to get out of here. On June 8th, the extended version of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Rings, will be on. On June 9th, it is The Two Towers. Oh my goodness, look at who showed up. Look at who's in need of attention. Get your mouth out of my coffee. This is Ash. He's hurting for attention right now. Look at this big boy. Wow. Hi, Mijo. How are you? He's a big boy.
Oh,
Hi, Ash.
he's so
And he's
pretty.
like, I just want to sit on Foxtrot
You should
Oscar
see the look
scorekeeper.
on his face right now when you put it up to the screen.
I'm sorry,
It
was
was a,
I?
it was like pure death, death
Oh,
dagger
he has
staring.
that look. Mijo, do not go on my keyboard. I don't want any Foxtrot Oscar. All right. What are you gonna do, homie? Are you gonna sit right? No, not on my keyboard. Sorry. I love you, boy. But no, he has this thing to want to now sit right here in front of me on my keyboard. Like, no, 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 no. No.
He's
And
a
he know,
cat. That's his
yeah,
main spot.
and he knows I'm on air, so he's being a little brat right now. So I'm glad you enjoyed that one, Aisha. It wasn't meant to be anything more than a joke for what it is. But thank you. We already have our first like this morning, so we're really going and blowing, which is really awesome. So the last race, other than Sonoma, will be the week after, and that's the Iowa Raceway. And in PGA Golf, taking a look at the leaderboards right now. So we have the KitchenAid Senior PGA Championship. Richard Bland is minus 12 at 130. Scott Dunlap is minus 11 at 139. And Chris DeMarco, all alone in third, minus 9, 133. The women's, they're not playing. They're not doing anything this weekend. But the results from last week is Mizuho America's Open. Of course, Nelly Corda took it, $450,000 first prize. She finished at 274 and minus 14 on par. Coming up is a U.S. Women's Open presented by Allie, and I believe Allie Bank. Mijo, I'm sorry. This chair is not big enough for both of us, but I think he found his spot. He's right here on my lap. Oh my goodness. I wish I had a picture of this. He's got his tail dangling. He found his spot, so I think he's going to be with me all day. So I want to give a quick shout out, Aisha Kerr. Thank you for the like. Who's what's that German? Elizabeth Olivia Cooper. Oh, Achtung! So um, it is what it is. And finally, last week we do have the results. Congratulations on the 149th running of the Preakness. The winner was Seize the Gray. We will not have a Triple Crown winner this year. So, mijo. No, we won't, will we? Okay. So, uh, they're already taking deposits now for the Preakness 150th in May 2025. I guess I should put that date down my calendar. But this calendar, folks, I'm coming to the end of a calendar which I created back in 2008. I printed the calendar all the way through 2024. Can you imagine that level of analness? And I'm near the end. In here alone, I have from March 2021 in this little binder right here, and the rest of it is in my other folder. Jeez. And this is me. I have the next binder from 2025 all the way through. Can you guess when?
2030?
2063.
God, that's a bit much.
First contact, baby. April 5th,
Yeah, yeah,
2063.
yeah.
Hey, Mijo. Good morning, anime girl.
Hola, how are we all?
Doing well, and yourself?
Um, I've been a little better due to certain things I have to get on with, but other than that, yeah, I'm surviving.
I'm glad you're
I'm
making
glad
time
you're
to
here.
be on with us today.
Um, uh, Got to get back into the swing of some things, but we shall see. I shall try and keep going as best I can.
Well, then what I'm going to ask for you to do is, folks, we're going to go over some baseball items right now. So if Anime Girl's up to it, I would like you to head on over to MajorLeagueBaseball.com and have the standings ready to go. I'm going to give the results from yesterday, and then you'll give us the standings. I don't know if you've ever done that before. No, you haven't, but hopefully you will now.
No, I tried it with
Football.
NFL. I've done it with the NFL. See, I don't know what the difference in the games is.
I'll explain that to you as we go. But go to standings at MLB.com for this morning, and
Yeah.
we'll be ready. And
Well,
NorCal
hold on.
girl,
Make sure I've
if
got the right ones. We've got East, Central, and West in the American League, and the same again in the National League. Is
I
that what I'm
know
looking for?
that's what you're looking for, and for today's standings, so we're good. And I'll show you or tell you how to go over with them and what the meanings are. So, in yesterday's baseball, folks, Toronto lost to Detroit 6-2. Pittsburgh 11-5 over Atlanta. Washington really took it to the Mariners 6-1. America's Triple A team took it to Tampa Bay 8-1. The commies. Oh my God, the commies 9-6 over the Dodgers, and the hated ones 8-7 over the New York Mets. The Gemelitos 3-2 over the Texas Rangers. The Cerveceros 7-2 over the Red Sox, and of course Baltimore uh, keeps on. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what I did. Did I lose that one? Yes, I did. Baltimore 6-4 over the Black Sox. The Rockies 3-2 over the Phillies in 11 innings. Cleveland visiting the local Angels. Wow. Got beat up 10-4. Angels fall to 20 and 31. And of course, Houston is still 5 games below 500, but they beat Oakland 6-3. And of course, Miami edged Arizona 3-0. And additional games, a game I did see, and I thought of purchasing tickets, but it was impossible. The games are sold out. The Yankees 8-0 over San Diego, and Chicago and St. Louis was postponed. So if you could go to the standings, Anime Girl, the way it looks is we're looking at the regular season, obviously not the wild card, and we're going by division. So the American League, you do the wins, the losses, and the percentage. And actually, you just do wins and losses. What I do for the American League East, and then you can do for all the others is in the American League East, the New York Yankees are 36 and 17, followed by Baltimore, the Red Sox, the Rays, and the Blue Jays. And then you go on and do the other divisions.
Right. Do you want me to read out what the Baltimore, Boston, Blue Bay Rays and Blue Rays have done? Sort of like,
No, you can go to the next division, but you can give their records and then the number of games behind that you can do. So
oh,
all the American
the
League East
games
again.
behind is where it says last 10, like the Yankees is 82.
No. You don't do the last. You have to do any of that stuff. So look, this is the way. If you want to go ahead and do it, is New York Yankees are 36 and 17. They lead the division, followed by the Baltimore Orioles 31-18. They're 3 games back. The Boston Red Sox are 26 and 25, 9 back. Tampa Bay Rays are 25 and 27. They're below 500, ladies and gentlemen. Duh. They're 10 and a half back, and the Toronto Blue Jays are 23 and 27 in last place, 11 and a half back.
Oh, I see where it says GB.
Games back, games behind.
Oh, I thought it was just getting better, but never mind.
At least you can get into it. I've still been fighting with it since before we went on air this morning. It keeps asking me, am I a human?
For Major League Baseball?
Yes. Please verify you're a human. You're not a robot. You're a human.
MLB.com.
Yes, I know.
Well, you can always go into the Microsoft one, Liz. That works.
Try a different browser. What are you using? Chrome?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
It worked for me on Chrome.
Yeah. Okay, let me have a go at this. Okay, I'm going to go into American League Central. Okay, we're going to try this. Now, if I get it wrong, I don't want no bugger laughing, because if you do, I'm going to go away and sulk in the corner.
I'm not going to laugh at you, but I will tell you if it does not meet my standard. And what my standard is, you can ask NorCal girl. She did what she was supposed to this morning.
Which was what?
The acknowledgement.
Right.
That. Yes.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Oh, great trail.
In the American League Central, we have got the Cleveland Guardians, 37 and 17, followed by Kansas City Royals, 33-19. They're 1.5 back. Then we got the Minnesota Twins. Oh, nice people. They're 27 and 23. They're 6.5 back. Then we got the Detroit Tigers, stripy little crew. They're 24 and 27, and they are 10 games back. And the Chicago White Sox are 15 and 37, and they're so far behind it's a waste of time telling people, but they're 19.5 back. Now we have the American League West. We've got the Seattle Mariners leading the shop with 27 and 25, followed by the Texas Rangers. I thought that was a low group, but never mind. They are 24 and 28. They're 3 games back. Then we've got the Houston Astros. Oh, I see. Okay, Space Cadets. They're 23 and 28. They're 3.5 games back. Then we have the Oakland Athletics. They are 21 and 32. They're 6.5 games back. And the Los Angeles Angels, they've got their halos around their feet. They're 20 and 31 and 6.5 games back. Next, we have the National League. Top of the shop in the East is the Philadelphia Phillies. Oh, where do we got his name from? They're 37 and 15. They're followed swiftly in second place by the Atlanta Braves. They're 29 and 19. They're 6 games back. Then we got the Washington Nationals. Oh, okay, no international, never mind. They're 22, 27, and they're 13.5 games back. They're followed by the New York Mets, Ice Queen's favorite team. They're 21 and 29. They're 15 games back. Definitely. Then we have the Miami Marlins, fishy crew. They're 18 and 34, and they're 19 games back. Blah. Get your false teeth in, Aisha. Now we have the National League Central. We have the Milwaukee Brewers. I see. Piss artists. 27 and 21, top of the shop. They're followed by the Chicago Cubs. They're 27, 24, 2.5 games back. They're followed by the St. Louis Cardinals. They're 23 and 26, 5.5 games back. They're followed by the Pittsburgh Pirates, scurvy crew, 24 and 28. They're 6 games back. Oh, they're doing well. And next we have the Cincinnati Reds, 21-30, and they're 8.5 games back. Then we have the National League West. Top of the shop in this little lot is the Los Angeles Dodgers. They're dodging it well then. 33-20. They're followed by the San Diego Padres, 27-27, 6.5 games back. Aren't they doing well? They're followed by the San Francisco Giants. They think big of themselves. They're 26-26, 6.5 games back. Then we have the Arizona Diamondbacks, a snaky little lot. They're 24-27, 8 games back. And last but not least, we have the Colorado Rockies. Mountain of a little team, 17-33. They're 14.5 games back.
The best team in baseball, percentage-wise, is right now the Philadelphia Phillies at 37-15, 712 winning percentage. The second best team right now is, of course, the New York Yankees at 36-17, 679. Then you have the Cleveland Guardians at 34-17 at 667. Those are the three best teams in Major League Baseball right now. And if you look at divisions, the strongest division in baseball is the American League East, with only 3 teams being over 500. Yes, you also have the National League West, but you have 2 teams exactly at 500. So consider, if you look at the power of the division, it is clear right now the American League East is the more powerful one. Then you have the American League Central. If you look at it, man, those are 3 powerhouse teams as well. Indians, the America's AAA team, and the Gemelitos are 667, 635, and 540 winning percentage. That's impressive. They actually might be better than the American League East right now. I'll have to work out the math, but that's all right. When you look at who is the worst team right now, it is clearly the Chicago Black Sox at 15-37 with a 288 winning percentage. And then you have the next better team, the Rockies at 340, and then you have Miami at 346. Wow, that's a quick look at Major League Baseball, folks. As you know, I mentioned I did not mention. Don't forget, folks, Bobby Bonilla Day is July 1st. It's going to be a Monday this year. And the Major League Baseball All-Star Game will be in Globe Life Field, Texas on July 16th. And the Paris Olympics open July 26th, and they will run through August 11th. Looking forward to that. Oh, Ash, aren't we? I'm not used to having a life form here on my lap
I
during
can
the
see so
program.
many comments.
During the program,
hmm
yes.
I'm behaving.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was too busy with Ash right here. I'm stunned that he is here with me today.
Well, don't be. Cats know who they like. And if the cat likes you, then the rest of the world will follow on.
Poor thing's confused. He's confused, to quote Worf. You are confused.
You
All right.
know what?
You got to go.
Yeah, no car girl, it looks like it's going to fall to me and you to keep this blooming program going because Scorekeeper's gone all gooey with a muggy.
Yeah, well, at least it's not a tribble.
Yeah, well, yeah, true.
I had
Just as hairy, let me tell you.
Oh, not nearly as much as my guinea pig, who was an actual tribble. He was he was a long-haired, curly guinea pig that I am certain that's what the tribbles were created after, guinea pigs.
Wow.
He'd run across the floor and he literally would look like a stupid tribble. And he ate just about as much as one.
A stupid tribble.
Yep.
Who knew tribbles were stupid? Never mind.
Well, they just eat and eat and eat, ladies and gentlemen. So, if anything else before my co-hosts are ready to go, we're going to take a look at the NBA playoffs as well right now.
I did stick something in the private chat.
I did not see it. I will get to that in just a moment.
Thought it
So,
might interest you.
Shohei Ohtani single-handedly manufactures run for the Dodgers versus the D-backs. The Dodgers on Tuesday night had a rough go against the Diamondbacks starter Brandon Pfaadt. He was dealing a perfect game heading into the fourth. It's not the way you say it. He was perfect for 4 innings and had one out in that frame. So actually, he was only perfect for three and a third. These people, oh my goodness!
Mr. Pedantic here.
When Shohei Otani, I'm sorry, please don't stop. Stepped to the plate. Otani laced a double to left field for LA's first hit, broke up the no hitter and the perfect game. Then he put his speed to use and stole third base, forcing an errant throw from Arizona catcher Gabriel Moreno that allowed Otani to trot home for the Dodgers' first run of the game. Yes, yeah, impressed for Mr. Otani. Yeah, he makes things happen. There's no doubt. I
And
know.
speaking of the Dodgers, did you happen to catch that little clip that I sent both you and Big Dog regarding what the orchestra player started playing in Dodger Stadium?
No, I have not seen it. I'm sorry.
It was like 2 or 3 days ago. Someone's car caught fire out in the parking lot severely. And he started playing, the orchestra started playing Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire.
Really?
It was so funny.
Oh dear. Takes all sorts, I suppose.
You sent it to me where on?
It was on Instagram, I think.
Oh, I am almost never on Instagram. Okay, I'll have to head on over there and take a look.
Scorekeeper,
Yes.
explain to me, what is a walk-off hit, please?
A walk-off hit is an exaggeration of little boys that live in mama's basements who have nothing better to talk about and blow out of proportion. But a walk-off hit used to be referred to as the game-winning hit. But they want to exaggerate. So a walk-off is this. Say you have a runner on second base, it's 2 outs, 1 out, whatever, you're last up, whatever, and you get a base hit and the runner scores. You basically walked off the hit because you got a game winning hit
Okay.
and you ended the game on a hit, a walk off. And it's dramatic for the apron stringers to exaggerate walk off hits that you got the hit where you walked off the field.
Okay, it's just on Monday I spotted something that says about Shohei Otani's first walk-off hit for the Dodgers. And I posted it in the chat for Sports Talk, but I wasn't really sure what a walk-off hit was, so I thought I'd ask you. That was all.
And now you know a walk-off hit is an exaggeration of a game-winning hit that ended the game. That's it.
Okay.
But it has become such a thing. I mean, NorCal Girl, am I exaggerating on this whole thing of the walk-off? It is now just, oh man, you are the big macho player that the walk-off. That's it.
It used to be regular. It was just a
It's a
regular
game-winning
part of
hit,
the game.
baby. That's all it was.
Yeah.
You ended the
No,
game on a game-winning hit. However dramatic, they've just blown it out of proportion. And yes, folks, this is my sport. I love baseball, but all these little boys that live in mama's basement, they're ruining the game for what it is. So,
I just
I've
wanted
had
to
a
get
few.
rid of it.
I remember I had a bases loaded single that won the game. There was like nobody out in the bottom of the ninth. I was up and I base hit. I won the game. Was it a walk off? Yeah, but I don't go around bragging about the time that I had a walk off. I actually had a walk off triple as well. And it's only because the guy that was ahead of me was so slow that he was at first base and I almost caught up to him. I had to slow down and I ended up at third before he got to home. So probably should have been ruled a double, but I argued I'm sitting on third before he got home. So yes, I had a walk off triple,
Oh,
and
well,
that was cool. But folks, I don't brag about those because you know what? I just see them as game winning hits. That's it. And there's no difference from a hit to a walk. If the base is loaded and you walk, they make a joke of it. Oh, there was a real walk off walk. I know, Ash. You didn't like that one, did you? Oh,
No, see, the thing is, I don't really follow baseball, so some of the terminology kind of confuses the hell out of me. So I know you're the man with the baseball knowledge, so
on
I'll
this
ask you.
program. Nope. Get. All right, you gotta go. You gotta get off my keyboard. Nice try, boy. Ow! Do not claw me, little son of a. Do not claw me.
Fighting with his children.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
don't you just love the parenting skills coming out there?
Oh yeah.
Wow. He wanted to go on the keyboard. I'm like, no. So I lifted him up and I started to put him down, and he clawed me on the way down. And he has claws. He's no man.
Well, that's the main thing. You see, he is the man.
No, is that what it is? All right,
Yeah.
fair enough. Well, we won't talk about who can last longer in a cup. So
Oh, my mind
I'm
went
glad you
elsewhere.
enjoyed that one this morning, Aisha.
That's quite all right. I just thought, with that sort of little dig at the cowboys, I thought, well, I will resort to military parlance and just shrug it off. So I did.
All right, well, fair enough. In the NBA, ladies and gentlemen, we have one game today. It's the NBA Conference Finals. The series is uh, game three. Boston leads it 2 games to none right now, and they are playing at Indiana. So Indiana is home for two, I believe, and that will be May 25th. Also, game three in the Western Conference. Dallas leads visiting at Minnesota 2 games to none. And same thing for Boston. So Boston took the first 2 games at home, as did Dallas. But game three will be on May 26th for the Western Conference. As of course,
Hmm.
Dallas eliminated OKC and Minnesota eliminated Denver. And in the Eastern, Boston eliminated uh, Cleveland and Indianapolis eliminated the Knicks. That's a quick look at the NBA, and we'll get to some other sports in just a moment. I want to take um, a quick moment here. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is May 25th, 2024. It is Memorial Day weekend, and hopefully you guys are liking the background overlay, which has some colors and things in there. So I am working on getting us some different overlays, but that one is actually not too bad. So, and folks, it's not too early to think about it, but in 2025, start keeping in the back of your calendar. And I believe this is the first announcement officially anywhere on May 10th, which will be Mother's Day in the rest of the world. It is a Saturday in the Latin world. Mother's Day, May 10th. And of course, in the United States, Mother's Day will be May 11th. But on May 10th, the second Saturday, it will be Stamp Out Hunger 2025. The second Saturday in May, ladies and gentlemen. I understand that this year was an incredible event, the amount of food that was collected. When I left that Saturday morning to go and pick up Dan, I walked out of the house and across the street, I saw a plastic bag and I could see tin cans from my neighbor across the street. And I was like, wow, that was cool. I wanted to tell them they needed to leave it by the mailbox because I think it was going to be missed. And sure enough, it was missed because you're not supposed to put it on the curbside. You're supposed to put it right by the mailbox. So the way it works is now with the National Letter Carriers Association, people used to leave little paper bags and it was cool. But now it was messing up the way of the delivery or whatever. So what they would do is, and due to communications, the operator would or the letter carrier would say, "Oh, I got to pick up at this address," and then move on. "Oh, got to pick up at this address." So there's a crew that's following them in the area, picking up all the food, which is really cool. I think it works that way because sometimes prison company excluded would leave like an entire case of cans. What's the letter carrier gonna do? Pick it up and carry with them to the next stop, or she? Yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we've gotten requested by, because we know our mail carriers very well. They just come up to the door and grab it, because half the time they just come up to the door and hand us the mail.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the mail person show up, the mail carrier, the letter carrier, and our box here at this house is right on the door. So, or right to the if you walk out to the left of the door. Oh, hey Ash, glad you're sitting on your seat. So he's on the other side on the chair over there. That's good.
Yeah, ours is in the garage. It's just a slot, and half the time the mail doesn't go through it. So they just bring it up to the door.
The slot is in the
Yeah.
garage, really?
Yeah, it's in the garage door.
What the hell's with you people in Northern California?
Don't ask me. It was there before I moved in.
That's in case they get a big parcel, Roger. In case of instead of opening the main door, they just roll up the garage door and say, "Stick it in there." Yeah.
Oh
I'll
God,
get
have
it
you heard
later.
there's actually things that Amazon can do with that? Actually, you give them your access, and they can open up the garage doors and stuff and put their packages in there. I think it's absolutely outrageous.
No.
Yeah, that was my thought. No.
I don't think I'd be doing that if I had a garage. And I don't have a garage, so I don't care.
I got into an argument with the big dog one day. What a shock. When
Yeah.
I commented about a store in Japan that there are numerous stores throughout Japan that they have no operator. There are no cameras. The store exists and you walk in, buy what you want, and you leave the money there. Or I believe you can use the machine. I don't know how that works, but it happens there. And I was like, wow, that would never work in the United States.
Yeah.
And of course, the big dog then argued with me by saying, no, we have it in the United States. I said, no, we don't. Where? There is no such place that exists in the United States of America that is based on the honor system in this way that it's built. I'm not talking about one little one horse hick down because
I
they're.
mean, we don't even trust people with that. Hell, we don't
But
trust people in lunchrooms.
you in the United States, it's impossible. You cannot leave anything out anymore because someone will take it.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
talking
mean,
about the horse pirates.
I do know there's a major retailer in, I believe it's Tokyo. It's either in Shinjuku Station or Tokyo's main station, and that is just quite a large store, and it's purely on a system. You go in,
That
you
might
get
be
what you
it.
want, and you roll out, and you just scan your card or you pay your money into the amount, and out you go.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
no,
just a mom and pop. It is a major thing. That would never work in the United States anywhere. It will not work because people, I mean, well, look at the situation in America right now. The retail theft stores are closing left and right. And I
no.
cannot believe some of the items that are behind glass.
Oh
I
God,
walked
I
in this
know.
particular door. I'm sorry. I walked in this particular store. It was a significant nationwide store and worldwide. And I passed by the detergents. The large detergents of 167 loads are behind glass doors.
Yeah.
That is absolutely alien to me. Alien to me that people would have to do that. So there is no trust and honor. I could never open an establishment in any big city in the United States of America because of the way people are.
I doubt you could do it over here either.
Really?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
'cause
think
the
you. I don't
shoplifting
think you.
over here is getting really bad now. You're getting shop assistants are getting physically assaulted by individuals who are just
Yeah.
walking in, taking what they want, and trying to walk out. Even the
I
security
don't.
is not facing them down.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it in any European country or American country.
I
It's
wonder if that would
only.
apply in Germany.
Mm,
Yeah, I've seen a
iffy,
lot of.
iffy.
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
say
it's getting there.
you might get away with it, say Norway or Sweden, possibly.
Oh, I would say Norway. Yeah, I would.
One of those two,
There's too
possibly.
much damn money up in Norway that no one cares. I'm not kidding, folks. If you guys know of the Norway Miracle, they may end up being the richest nation. Well, I'll never know this. NorCal Grow may, and maybe Anime Grow, but I will never know this. But by the end of the century, Norway will hold, I believe, 1/4 of the world's wealth. That is unreal for one nation. They did it right. They did it right.
They're
And
not
just
a
look
big
across the
nation
North
either.
Sea to see how they did it wrong. Oh, but
Yeah.
anyway, NorCal Grove,
Well,
did you want to say something?
Yeah, I said they're not a very large nation either.
No. Well, um, yeah, that will be it for geography program to discuss. um,
thing is, though, you think about it, the Norwegians did a hell of a lot when it came to the early sort of like ADs. They spread their wares wide around the world. I mean, they raided Britain. They got all the way over to Canada.
yeah,
Mhm.
there is proof, even though there is
Mhm.
denial about it. There is an actual belief, ladies and gentlemen, that they may have hit New England as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard that.
and they got
That
all the
is
way.
freaking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they also got all the way to Moscow and Constantinople. They got all the way there. So they have been around the world. They may not have held it very long, but they got there.
As a matter of fact, folks, I've joked, and I know we're way off topic, and we'll get back on it right now. We missed Sunday morning, but anyway, I'm being a
Well,
jerk
that's
now.
about as subtle as a brick wrapped in a lettuce leaf.
That was, wasn't it? Um, you know how China, and there's a political commentary right now, is talking about that they can establish that they discovered this, and because of their discovery, they own it. The famous nine dotted line in the South China Sea,
Oh,
which, yes, yeah, I know, but that's their claim. Well, folks, off the Oregonian coast, NorCal Grove, do you know of this? That it's been reported that there is a wreckage of a Chinese junk. Yeah,
Correct.
and due to the way nature is and stuff, it reveals itself from time to time. It would
mhm.
be interesting that if it's established that there's a Chinese junk from, I believe, the 12 or probably about the 1300s, I believe.
In the 1300s, yeah.
Yes, is China going to lay claim to the Oregonian coast? I mean, it's interesting. And folks, there are numerous tellings over the last 100 years of a shipwreck, and I forget where it is. But due to the way the sand, the weather, it's in a bad area. There are cliffs there, so there's a lot of geographic stuff going on. Oceanograph. Well, okay, I lost the word. The point is that the wreckage reveals itself from time to time, and the wreckage that has been found and brought in, which was investigated, had designs of Asian descent. And the only ones that had ships similar to that are from the Chinese dynasties at the time. Folks, if
Correct.
you want to watch a movie, I had the privilege of seeing this movie in advance. The movie Sight. It's worth your time. And we may be interviewing one of the actors in the movie. So we were invited to go and see the movie, and we may have one of them on in the future. But if you want to go see, it's based on a real person and true events. So yeah, Michael and I are debating doing a review program on the movie itself. So my daughter went to see it. My daughter, I don't. She didn't tear up, but she said it was an emotional, not a ringling, not an emotional gut punch, but it was emotional. And I don't want to take the word of Michael, but I believe Michael Day said that there may have been a tear that dropped as well. I didn't tear up in the movie, but I, at two moments in the movie, I was like, oh, I I gasped audibly in the movie. I'm like, oh, it's the movie is Sight, and it opened on Thursday nationwide. I'm not sure if it's in the United Kingdom, but folks, if the scorekeeper humbly offers it, he jumped on the desk, and he's a heavy cat, so he's back on my lap, but he's standing on my cord. Okay, there we go. Are we back? Are we back? I'm sorry. I have him right here. Look at him here. There he is. Look. Oh, there he is.
I found your junk, Mr. Scorekeeper.
Excuse me? You want to maybe
The Chinese
say
junk
that?
that he's on about.
Oh,
The
okay.
cotton junk.
Oh, it most certainly is not Chinese.
The cotton
I am
junk.
I am
Oh,
4%.
yeah,
I
the
am
cotton
4%
junk,
Central Africa, another 3% Northwest. I am certainly not.
right? The year China discovered the world.
Ah, you see, very good.
Yep. Dave Cotton Sr. from Lakeside, Oregon, in April 2007, with regard to geological investigation of a buried Chinese junk that was deposited on the Oregon coast in the early 1400s by a tsunami originating off the coast of New Zealand. So there you go.
Wow. Okay, so there it is. I said the 1300s because I didn't remember, but it's up from the 1400s, long before Columbus. That's the thing. Very
Yeah.
good. I appreciate that, Anime. So you see, folks,
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I don't just say stuff. I don't.
They cannot claim that they discovered it because most likely
Oh,
because most likely if it was deposited by that tsunami, most likely all on board were already dead and the waves of the tsunami just kept pushing it till it hit a landmass.
Yeah.
yes. Tell that to Brunei. Tell that to the Philippines. Tell that to
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Tell that to the Japanese.
Oh yeah. Okay. I didn't mean to say that excitedly, but yeah, that's going to get me in a lot of trouble, folks. I do want to give a shout out. We've joked about this internally, but it is real. We have a significant audience in Mauritius. I'm like, wow. Folks, if you want to look it up, Mauritius, it is off the coast of Africa, south of the subcontinent. It is close to Madagascar, if I'm not mistaken, Mauritius. It's near Reunion, the French island and stuff. We have a significant following in Mauritius, and we want to give a shout out to them. Thank you. They're watching the NDB Media Network. I guess they have nothing better to do on that island. So, sorry, folks. Sorry that we're all the entertainment. Or we're probably a national joke out there. Say, hey, look at the American.
Mauritius is off the coast of Madagascar.
Wow, I guess when I
just
say
say that?
something, I must be right.
No, I'm just double checking for you. It is technically a country.
All right, big dog. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, anime girl.
But she's much prettier than Big Dog.
I'm just now going to sit here in the corner and not say a word. So stuff your scorekeeper. Now you've upset me.
Now you definitely are the big dog. Ash right here is like, dog, what? What are you talking about? So anyway.
Where
It's
is
all
the
good.
dog today?
I have no idea. Just like, where's
Probably
Matt?
been asleep.
Where's all my... Don't know. But
What about the Dream Machine? Where's he to?
I don't know.
Haven't seen the Dream Machine for quite some time. And Ice Queen, ain't heard from her. I think she's having problems though, I believe.
Maybe they all are. So hopefully they all will return once we're able to resolve issues.
I think the Ice Queen kind of is trying to stay more to
Who?
her religion. The Ice Queen, Tanya.
Oh.
I think she's trying to stay more to her religious viewpoints on Saturdays and not be so involved.
I don't think you've known her for as long as you think.
No, but I know when she talks with her, considering we were both raised in the same faith. So
I'm sorry.
yeah, I know I am too.
I finally got a piece of my military service back from my mother. Now that she's passed. Yeah. Are you ready for this?
Oh, show and tell.
Yeah, show and tell. There you go. And I was there for when it happened.
Wow, that's impressive. First Army Group, Royal Artillery.
First, yeah. It's the First Army Group Royal Artillery, 1942, 1977, the First Artillery Brigade. And I was there when they disbanded it. And I got two, because the other one is up there. These were ashtrays that were given to the CO of First Arty Brigade. And he left them on his desk. When they said we need some volunteers to clear the CO's office, my troop sergeant went, 3 volunteers, you, and you. And I went, excuse me? And he went, you heard me, you, and you. So as we're clearing the office, I saw the 2 ashtrays and I went, what do you want me to do with these? And he said, bin them. We don't want them. Okay. So I did. I binned them into my case. And now got them. That's over 30 odd years ago, 40 odd years ago when that happened.
See, you did not steal them, but you strategically allocated them to an alternate location.
I followed my last order. I was told.
Yes, that's why.
I was told bin them. I was not told what bin to put them in. So the bin that it get put in was my case. There you go. It's like the pictures I've got lining my hallway. There's 4 pictures that I got lining my hallway. Again, they're military pictures, and I was told when they were getting rid of them, what do I do with them? Bin them. So I did. I went to the manager. I said, give me a chit. What do you want a chit for? I said, to get the 4 pictures out of the camp. Yeah, okay. So he wrote the chit. There you go. I've now got 4 pictures. And one
Even
of them
Ash enjoyed that one.
Yeah. One of them is the 1977 Silver Jubilee at Senalaga.
Nice.
Heck yeah. Folks, if you haven't seen the Fat Electrician, he's on YouTube. He's becoming pretty big. He's really funny. And when he did the video on the E4 Mafia, ladies and gentlemen, there is no such entity in my current employer, but I would rate as the E4 Mafia. I am a senior clerk. And where I am, I easily, for all the things that I had to do, everything he mentioned in the E4 Mafia, I'm like, that's me! And for the longest time, they used to call me Radar at work. And you guys know
I wonder
why.
why.
You know what Radar used to do? I used to do that all the time. I had the privilege of, since I was able to basically procure whatever I wanted, I was able to trade that for stuff that we needed. And I did that all the time. So they called me Radar for the longest time. But unlike Radar, I will tell them, but I can show you my hand and it's full of. That was
yeah, but did you know when they had incoming?
Yeah, I did. I had big windows outside my office. I remember one time I was told, hey, can you page Gabriel? And I was like, Gabriel, whatever, please report to the office, whatever. And then I would say when I would say report to the office, that was our office. And then you had the front office or the main office. I would specifically say, please report to the front office. I was pretty clear on that stuff. So anyway, they'd say, call Gabriel. Gabriel, please report. Well, I got to do the phone thing. Gabriel, please report to the office. Report to the office. And then someone else signaled me, call John. John Zavals, please report to the office, whatever. And then another one came in, so-and-so. And I did like 4 names in less than 20 seconds. And then I said, and whoever else wants to report to the office, just go ahead. I did that over the PA. And 3 guys walked in. Raj, did you want to see me? I'm like, huh, what? What are you talking about? Well, you said, and anyone else? Like, they listened and they came into the office. I thought that was kind of funny, but it was a serious allocation of named people. It was the end of the day. That was it. Just thought it was funny. It was a short story. So check out the Fat Electrician the Fat Electrician. He's really funny on YouTube. And both my daughter and I are going to get the T-shirts from him that say, "And with respect to both of you, it is not a war crime the first time."
Oh,
and I'm sorry, there's a lot of truth to that. It is not a war crime the first time. Oh, I would have died to have had that shirt. I know, Ash. I'm sorry. I would have died to have had that shirt where I was. It's not a war crime the first time. My daughter wants that T-shirt. I want that one too. So I'm sorry.
I've still got my coffee T-shirt. Yeah. The one I wore on the show. Touch my coffee and I'll smack you so hard even Google won't find you.
Yeah, I love that one. Touch my coffee. I love that one. That one is good. Touch my coffee. I'll slap you so hard Google can't find you. Oh, come on, NorCal girl. That one isn't funny.
it is funny.
Oh, she sent me a good one as well. She sent me one that says, "I'm just an anime girl." And
I'm just a girl who likes anime and likes to draw.
yeah.
Oh, that
And
could
I think
have been.
I think I got my daughter the same one, but it's just I'm just a girl who likes anime, noodles, and likes to draw.
Oh, geez. That's were they millennials or Gen Zs or whatever? I think my youngest, she's a Gen Zer, I believe. So,
Well, I was 36 when I had my daughter, so yeah. She's
I'm
gonna
not
be
going to do the
19
math.
this
I'm not going to do the math.
month. Considering you and I are the same age, you should know.
Really? We are?
Well, okay, we will be in a week or 2 weeks. What is it? I don't know. I
We
can't
will
do
be in a
math
week?
this
Oh,
morning.
that means I'm older then. So, no, we are
Yes,
not the
you're
same age.
older.
Old!
Old. Yes, just old.
That's right. I definitely am. No doubt about
Decrepits,
that.
you know.
And yet, whatever. Yeah.
Right. Are you ready for this?
Yes,
The
let's
great-
go.
Right. The greatest generation was born between 1901 and 1927. The silent generation was born between 1928 and 1945. The boomers, the baby boom generation, of which I am one, was born between 1946 and 1964.
And if I may, folks, there are several listings of the generations. That is the only one that is constant in every
Yeah.
iteration. Is the boomers are 46 to 64, just for what it's worth. But yes, go ahead.
Generation X was born from 65 to 1980.
See, no, that's as we understand things, 65 to 83. That's the one that I'm familiar with. But
Well,
again, it's okay, anime girl. Just go and continue. It's
there's-
there. It depends which genealogist you're talking to.
Millennials or Generation Y was born 81 to 96, and Gen Z or iGen is born 1997 to 2010.
Yeah. So
Generation
is
Alpha
Z.
is born between 2010 and 2024.
For a while there, I'm not sure if you ladies had heard that before Alpha was officially Alpha, they said once Gen Zers, because of how they are, the question was, what's going to be the generation after the Gen Zers? They're going to be called the Founders. You know why? Because they're going to find everything the Gen Z lost. I thought that was creative. I said, ooh, yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, no, I'm a boomer. I got to admit it. I am a
Gen
boomer.
Zer.
Yeah, I'm a boomer.
My
We were the
husband's a boomer.
last feral kid, right?
You bet we were. Were
Yes.
you going into nightclubs when you were like 13, 14? I know I was.
No, I was not. But I did stay out at night. I remember on television, broadcast television, at 10 o'clock on NBC.
Children are.
Parents, do you know where your children are? I thought that was a joke. It was a national thing. Parents, do you know where your children are at 10 p.m.? Wow. It was
Well,
unreal.
see, when I was a kid, parents didn't know where the kids were. I mean, let's be honest, even the house phone was attached to the damn wall.
You know, it's still the 80s, I think, was the last. I had to be careful by saying it. The last safe generation to grow up in.
True.
I grew up in the 80s. I could go anywhere and I would not disappear.
Yeah,
I worry about my daughters who are in their 20s and where they're going to go. And right now, there's a major issue in the MTA. For the Olympics, that's going to be in 2028. I was really agitated, and this is off. It's kind of related. That when the contract was signed for Los Angeles, I was so angry because LA agreed that they would have to handle any overage. Like, what do you mean overage cost overruns? The only Olympics that earned money was the 1984 Olympics, and it is still we are still earning money. I should say we still have money because of the trust fund that was set up for youth programs and stuff. The Los Angeles Olympics, Pete Uberoth, sorry, he set it up in such a way that LA to this day is still earning money from the 84 Olympics. It was impressive. Every other city has taken a bath, though London actually has not done badly on their Olympics. They did well on a lot of their construction projects. A lot of
yeah.
the facilities are being reused. If you go to Sao Paulo and Brazil for the World Cup, all those stadiums are like empty and they're in bad shape and stuff.
Yep.
Anyway, I was really angry when that was going on, and I went to the city council, which I was not a resident of LA, but since this was a massive thing, I spoke up against LA having to sign that contract. So why don't we have to do the overrun? LA's not going to lose money. Why are we responsible for any overruns? That's USOC, not actually not even US. That's Olympic Committee stuff. They're having this event in the only entity that genuinely made money and we're responsible for overruns. Well, an issue has arisen that apparently Los Angeles needs approximately double the fleet of buses that we have now. Like, why? Why do we need double the? Everyone's going to leave town anyway, like they did in 1984. Everyone left. I remember looking down my street when the opening ceremonies was going on, and it was deserted. All of us, Mad Max, had nothing on LA City during the Olympics. Everyone left. It was crazy. So now there's this big thing that LA has to double its bus fleet. That's 2,000 vehicles. For what? People got around for the Olympics back then. They're going to get around again. It's just stupid. I it's a controversy that is fake, I believe. But there's a problem for the Olympics. There is a rash of assaults that are real in the MTA right now. Bus, train, drivers are being assaulted. Operators, I should say, are being assaulted, as well as passengers. In the first quarter of this year, there are over 700 assaults across the network. That is unreal. Unreal.
Yeah, we got people over here assaulting nurses, firemen, cops. Oh yeah, it's happening over here too.
So right now, Mayor Bass has been doing a surge, and they're going to put more officers out. But that costs an incredible amount of money for how long is the surge going to last. There's an issue that needs to be resolved on the MTA, and that'll be another program for another day.
Have you
But
heard the
we
latest?
are
You heard the latest from Britain now? The British police have been told not to arrest as many people because the prisons are now full to overflowing. so they can deal with the situation without
Did you hear
arresting
that,
the
Liz?
perpetrator.
Yeah. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Kind of like what we've been dealing with here for the last several years.
California has a notorious. It's not a commentary. It's just a comment. The notorious three strikes law, meaning that if you were caught with a certain amount of drugs, you got 25 years if it was your third strike. And granted, a lot of stuff was out of control. I believe there is merit to the three strikes law, but it has been abused.
Majorly.
Abused. Yes. It was designed for career criminals, not for punks that just did stupid stuff. But again, a crime is a crime is a crime. So yeah, it's crazy. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. There are some issues. LA has issues, and this is embarrassing being an Angelino because I was excited for the Olympics, and I still am. I think our network will be able to handle it as of now. I don't understand why they're saying that we need to double the bus fleet. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Unfortunately, you have all the different operators. You have private operators, and you also have taxis, Uber, and Lyft. There will be no issue, just like there was in 1984. People will leave LA, and they're gonna do it again. They're gonna leave LA, and it'll be real good.
I mean, I got to say, when the Japanese had the Olympics, they had no problems.
Yeah, it was called COVID.
It's also called having an integrated system of transportation of
Well,
buses,
Japan is
trains, and
special.
taxis.
Tokyo is special. That's different. They may have the best network in the entire. May. The tube
Most,
is not too bad, man.
but yeah, most Japanese cities have the same integrated transport system now. You can go Osaka, you can go Kyoto, you can go Nagasaki. They've all got that integrated system. Most Japanese people will use the trains, and the trains run practically non-stop from 2 in the morning till 2 at night.
That's not the way it is here, especially in Los Angeles. There's so many competing entities, municipalities, and stuff. It's just unbelievable.
So
I
yeah,
actually live not a bus stop, but I am 1.7 miles away walking, which I've walked to and from to the metro to not our light rail. We're going to have a light rail stop in 2025. That light rail stop will allow, it is the longest light rail line in the world. It's going to be like 45 miles. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
It's for a light rail line. It is. I'm going to be able to walk 1.7 miles to my stop. I will take the light rail, pass along the foothills, go into Pasadena, and go into downtown Los Angeles, where I can continue all the way through to Long Beach. One seat. It's incredible. It's about 50 miles. Or I will be able to transfer from there to Santa Monica or Universal, the Valley, whatever. It's actually not too bad, and I'm looking forward to it. But that's the light rail. But we also have the commuter rail line. And in Los Angeles, it is the closest that we have to a 24-hour commuter rail, the San Bernardino line. Because it works 7 days a week, but it's the frequency because there are times that there's only one rail line. There are choke points,
Yeah.
and that
mm,
limits the throughways and headways. Ooh, sorry, that's for another program. Can you tell I'm a transit advocate, folks? I am, always have been. You're welcome, South Pasadena. Toma. Sorry.
what do you like?
Ooh, I am. I'm not a gadfly. I am one of those hornets when it comes to transit advocacy. So
Well, I mean, I've got to be saying that I've looked at the transit system we have here in Britain, and I'm thoroughly ashamed of it. When then I look at places like Japan and China, and I think, why the hell can't we just get our act together and do exactly what they're doing? If they can do it, why the hell can't we?
well, yeah, unfortunately there are a lot of things. Unfortunately. Well, all right. I know we've been all over the place. We did get into some of the Olympics and the issues that LA is facing. We will be talking about that more and more as we move forward. Paris Olympics, as I said, open up in June, right? I think I did announce.
Yes.
No, July. I apologize.
Is it July? Oh yeah, right.
On
July through
July 26th, and they close
right.
on August 11th, the
Okay.
Paris Games. I will be watching. I'll be looking forward to that. So, and folks, on a minor programming note, on June 6th, on this network, we will be having something on D-Day, and we'll be memorializing, celebrating, yeah, right, memorializing the 80th uh, anniversary of Operation Overlord. So, you know, it'll be 6 p.m. Pacific time. Yours truly, along with NorCal Girl, and possibly three other, maybe even four other people that have expressed interest. So it's like, ooh,
It's
okay,
gonna
that
be
means
fun.
I gotta plan this one. I'm sorry, NorCal Girl?
I said this one's gonna be fun.
I think so. The only other one that we have is another one scheduled in September for the Ghost Division. That was in Europe. That is a NorCal Girl one. And then we're going to do one on December 7th. We're
Mhm.
not doing the Doolittle raid. And we're,
Oh, you ain't gonna do that one. What's that place called? Hawaii, is there or something? You know,
something like that. Yeah,
and
December
somewhere
7th.
didn't something happen there on December the 7th some time ago?
Some infamous day, but that's okay.
Yeah. I believe something, something along the lines that the Americans got their behinds handed to them on a plate.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. I got my medication calling me. Look, I'm getting flashed. Sadly, in the
Yeah.
way that I don't want to be flashed.
I'm not even going to go there.
No, don't. Don't.
I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to behave myself. I'm trying to get myself back into my old habits, but it's
Do you believe that?
No, I don't. Or behave.
that's it. Sod it.
Oh, that's it? You're done? Are you going to go into the corner?
Is she pouting?
Wow. Possibly. Are you really pouting right now?
No, me pout, me moi. You're kidding. I couldn't keep my gob shut for 2 seconds the way you two keep going on. Damn colonials.
And the man wearing the Star Trek uniform. Good morning. He is wearing the 26th century Star Trek uniform. Good
Is
morning,
it?
which is from the
Is,
USFL. Ho!
I was
Good
going to.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. And at 7:19 a.m., 18 minutes after the alarm went off, Almighty makes us.
Hey, what's up, guys? And women.
Hi there.
Hey.
Good morning, Almighty. That looks good what you're wearing. This is the second time you wear it, I believe. I saw a picture of you somewhere wearing that. Would you kindly do the soiree runway stuff for us? Stand up and show us what you're wearing.
Do the sachet.
It's just the shirt. I wore this before.
That's cool. Yes, I thought so. Okay, you have worn it
Right,
before.
yeah,
Looks good.
This is my Star Trek uniform for the 26th century.
Only because right there, stop right there. Don't move. See? Think about it, dude. You've got the
It does,
yellow
it does.
portion of, and then you have the black. Dude, tell me not. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Oh my god, Ash was like, beep. He went to my keyboard. Dude, get off my keyboard. Anyway, good morning, Almighty. How you doing, young man? You looking good, young man.
Thank you. Doing pretty well.
All right.
Mhm.
Well, do you have a story you want to get to right now? If not, I was going to ask Anime Girl if she could give us an update on Barcelona versus Lion in the Women's Championship League final. I understand that is going on right now.
Barcelona versus who?
Leon.
Barcelona Lyon. Uh, hmm.
Damn, he's heavy.
What?
Oh, he curled up on my right lap. Oh, he's a big boy. I mean, he really is, Ash.
Stop bragging.
It's my cat.
Oh. Then really stop bragging.
He is a big boy.
He is, huh?
He's an old man. He's
Ah,
lived on the street for 9 of his 10 years. and he's really my daughter's cat, but he was chased away by one of the other cats that we had here. He was big also, but he would always stop by and visit. I saw him 2 or 3 times a year. He'd come by Ashwood, and I would run in and tell my daughter, "My God, Ashwood's here! Did you see him?" She's like, "Nope." It's all right. Get back to your playing video games. And I think I told the story that in October when it was getting cold, he showed up on the porch, and it was cold, and he was just coming in to say hi. And I said, "Mijo, you want inside?" He looked at me and he says, "I've been waiting 9 years for this." And he ran inside, and he has been indoors with us ever since. Yeah,
So it's
good
good
guy.
to see you, Liz.
You too. We don't
Well,
normally see
without
each other
without
unless it's
having
at 2
it
o'clock in the morning.
without the avatar though. I mean, I
Yeah. Well, you've seen me before when we talk.
but not on on a podcast. You're usually in the room where you have your avatar on. So it's good to see you.
Thank you.
She
I got you good.
she has hija de tu madre. Look, the point is that I want to congratulate both Anime Girl and NorCal Girl because they suffered with something that Almighty and I never suffered through. They're like, wait a minute, there's a place that we could give our opinions and no one cares? I'm in. So we've been on this from day one, and I'm exaggerating, of course, Almighty. I'm not trying to make fun of anyone, but it was an incredible leap. And this is Gridiron Girl included as well. That it was mad. It took Gridiron Girl close to 7 to 8 years to join us, and even then join us live, and then finally to show who she is. And it's tough. I can only I've seen it, and I'm proud of you, ladies, of what you've done, and Gridiron Girl included. You know, it's easy for Almighty and I. We're like, I have a place to give my opinion.
If you'd have caught me 10, 15 years ago, it wouldn't have been an issue. But things have changed over the years.
Yeah.
I look, and NorCal Girl, I respect your health issues. There's mine.
The health is beautiful, baby. Come on.
Oh yeah, the hair loss. Yeah, about the only thing I have in common with Star Trek is I could be mistaken for Picard's long lost something or other. I'm not used to having this cat here on my lap. Come on, Almighty. Dude, I could tell you bit your lip on that one. And I thought of it too, dude. I was gonna say, I'm like, no, I gotta behave.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'll let it go. I'll let it go this time. Since
Wow.
I'll just let it go. But hey, it's not that often that we get a cat on our lap anymore. So it's a time to celebrate instead of
It's warm and furry and it vibrates.
That's all that matters.
You're too old.
So
Oh God.
Now, when he does purr, man, and when he burps, poor thing, he's loud when a cat burps. I had never known a cat to burp, and this one does burp. He's a good man, but since he grew up on the street, he doesn't meow. He doesn't know how to meow. So, yeah, he doesn't. You could barely hear him when he's like he's communicating with us, but it's almost like just a little. The other cats that we have, oh my God, they're a choir that's in heat. So anyway, speaking of choirs that are in heat, anyone have any stories you want to get into right now before we start going around the horn?
Well, the only quick story I have
Please.
real quick is the WNBA will expand next year to Toronto.
Really? Wow. Is just one team then?
just
Are they going to
one
have an
team.
odd number, or do they have an odd number now?
They have an odd number. Well, I think we have 13 now. Let's give them 13 teams. They're not, and then their goal is to get to 16 by 30, by 28, I believe. So they're still looking for teams to join. They are expanding quickly, and Toronto's next year. They'll also play in Vancouver. So Roger, you'll be able to catch a flight with your Alaskan airline and go to Vancouver and watch them play if you'd like. Other cities in the running are like Seattle and Portland again. Portland was going to, but that fell through, and maybe Tennessee. And unfortunately, Cleveland was not mentioned in the teams that would join. And maybe Miami, Southern Florida, they mentioned. So when they say Southern Florida, that's usually Miami. But like I said, Cleveland tried it once and it didn't make it. So, but they are trying to get to an even number, 16 by 28, so they can have a bigger league. I guess it's getting more popular, and they're getting bigger, more TV exposure through networks right now. And plus, with their latest number one acquisition, that Caitlin woman, that's brought people in too, I suppose, through with Indiana Fever. So we'll see how it goes. They've been at a standstill. I think they're at 12 now, but they're not doing 2-2 like the NFL usually does. They're just going one at a time right now. That's their goal. That's the news I have, is that they're going to start playing next season in 25. So they should be a go.
I had lost track on the number of teams that they have, and it's impressive that they're shooting for what they are, and good for them. Look, women's basketball, hey, congratulations, go for it. The two things that I have with the WNBA, and one of them is of late, is how the women are complaining that they don't earn what the males earn. Well, ladies, this is not women's soccer, where they are clearly much more successful and they're much better at what they do. The reality is, when it comes to the WNBA, folks, you're going to get part of the pie like the NBA players do. There are more people that are watching the WNBA. I'm sorry, the NBA. Folks, look, they're phenomenal athletes. They're wonderful in the game, but WNBA has not changed since its inception. The NBA has gone through one, if not two, changes, even in that time frame, and it's the way the game is played. You are looking at a fundamental play in the WNBA. Quite frankly, no one is interested in that.
Well, yeah, you're right. They want to get paid the same as men. And if let them go for it, they'll be bankrupt the next day because there's not enough money to go around because they don't have the big contracts. You don't watch them on TNT every all during the season or whatever. And that's true. That's sad that there's the interest in that is not as big as the NBA yet, but they're working on it. Maybe with more teams. And this is a strange thing I read too. They finally got charter flights to go from games to games.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'd heard about that too.
The league negotiated or got some kind of big, and I kept thinking, what, they've been riding buses this whole time, and it's really. So I didn't think that. But when it came to charter flights, though, Roger, I thought that was a team expense, not a league expense. But I guess the league is paying for it, and I didn't. I just thought it was a team matter, but maybe.
Well, the NBA, remember, the WNBA is owned by the NBA, so it is a league thing. Yeah, it's not teams.
Well, I'm
almost
just.
like the other sport.
Well, I didn't know. Oh, I just thought that even in the upper echelon, like NBA, the team had provided their own plane, not the NBA itself providing planes for the teams. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that is wholly right on when you look at the NBA teams, but not in the WNBA. It's
Echelon.
crazy.
I want to say echelon, not echelon.
Yes,
Whatever.
sir.
It doesn't matter. But then maybe since the team themselves can't afford the charter flights, the NBA is picking up the tab to write it off somewhere else, of course. But I didn't. I just thought that when you played pro sports, You had charter flights and just riding around. Because when you think of riding on buses, you think of what, Roger? Minor league baseball. That's what you
Yes.
think about, right?
Yes. And when I played in high school, I was bussed to many games, local
Oh
and
yeah,
not local. Yeah. I
yeah.
remember all that, folks.
But
Um,
still, I guess that's a good thing. Especially, I guess if they have charter flights now, they can probably expand more into the west. They're going to play in the West Coast, as you know. But like I said, I'm glad that they are expanding quickly, and I hope it's not too fast because sometimes you can expand too fast and screw yourself too. But I can see their goal of getting to 16 games. Few more divisions and more playoff games and more TV money. Hopefully, I know that this year they have games on Amazon and some games on TNT and stuff like that. So they have getting more TV exposure. And I know you can still catch some games on ESPN Plus or something and some Fox Sports. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm glad they feel healthy enough to expand because that's a show of health when you can expand. Usually it does.
yes.
Except in
wholeheartedly agree.
Subway's case.
Uh-huh.
When they first started out and they were, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That's not, anyway, that's the only news I have. Well, that's not the only news I have, but that is a news item I have about the WNBA since that season has just begun.
I will tell you that on Almighty's comment about Subway, uh, there is a Red Lobster within 2 exits of me, so it's less than 2 miles. The Red Lobster was closed, and I thought that was a a busy place. Apparently not. It was one of the
They're
first ones
shut.
to be closed. That's a shame.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're shutting down all over California.
I thought that they were going to go through the whole bankruptcy thing. No, it was completely dark. That was a bit disappointing because it was good food, but we all have been reading on what's going on. And it's not unlike other national food chains. American dietary. It's actually, there's a lot of stuff, and I don't pretend to know what all of it is, but some of this is still blowback from COVID.
Right?
Some of this is from everyone changing their stuff. I remember in 1990 when I was hired for Carl's Jr., the store manager mentioned to me, "You think these value menu prices are because we're trying to compete? It's because we're trying to survive. So that's why they have the prices that they do. It's a cutthroat thing. And when Red Lobster goes down, someone else, maybe a mom and pop, maybe another place will pick up. But it's just, I don't know. I'm
It's
sure.
just a surprise when you see a chain like that close the store because you think of them as being a big chain and bringing in the bucks, not having the. And it could also be a location. Location too. And sometimes I don't. They own their own building, right, Roger? Red Lobster.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because
Maybe
there
they
are
did.
some.
That's why they were able to close this one like right away. Some of them may because they are unique, but
Yeah.
I know
Well, I'm
them to
just saying
be.
some. I know there's been some closures around here where the rent just skyrocketed and they couldn't afford it anymore. And that was like more mom and pop stuff where you know, rent goes up and they can't afford it anymore. So they have to close that and
Yeah.
hopefully find a better deal somewhere else. But that's also an issue too, is that rents are going up, a lot and they can't, with, if you know the restaurant business, the line there, the finance line there is very tight usually. And not everybody makes big money like McDonald's and these other franchises that can afford the $20 an hour. But when you go to mom and pop, like, Jesus, we can't. But anyway, that's another whole different show where we talk about economics and all that crap. But I'm just saying it's sad. Sometimes it's surprising to see what's closing down
Yes.
because especially for us when we've known these restaurants and things forever. we've grown up with them. Oh yeah, Red Lobster, yeah, blah blah blah. Then what? They closed down a store. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where I was going as well, Mighty, and I appreciate that.
I'm
But
sorry, Roger.
no, not a just. Well, it's all right, ladies. We've been on tangents all morning, haven't we? Almighty says, Raj, I'm sorry I took you down a tangent. Almighty, I owe you an apology. You missed out all morning.
We've been down so many side streets you wouldn't
Yes, sir.
believe where we ended up. I'll tell you.
So stop with the
Welcome to
sorries,
our
Almighty.
All right, I'm just saying that's just
No, hey, all well to the WNBA. I do want to see them succeed, and I'm really happy that they are expanding, and good for them. I just believe that they should change. They've got to do something. Well, look, if they're expanding, I'm 100% wrong. Doesn't matter what I say. If they're expanding, that's usually a good thing, as Almighty said. I just feel that if they really want to do something, that they have to change the game. They have to. They need. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say this. They need an Allen Iverson in their league. All right, it's just practice. It's just practice. Oh my God, among other things. But there might be a good thing that there are no Allen Iversons in the WNBA. So, as far as this young lady, her name is Caitlin, right? Almighty, this one. Folks, I don't understand why people are writing her so hard. I don't get it. She doesn't have an attitude. She hasn't been the proverbial, especially when women talk about. I'm sorry, when men talk about women, the usual B word. I've never seen her to be that way. And she is playing, and she herself has said, I'm in a different league now. I have a lot more to learn. I have not read any negativity from her. Have you, Almighty?
no. I don't know. I don't know what
negativity.
I don't know if it's a jealousy thing or just because she's the new girl on the block or a woman on the block. I mean, I don't know. She's as far as I know, she's kept her mouth shut and and tried to play this game. I mean, I've watched a few of her games, and yeah, but she's just started. I mean, gosh, she just got drafted a month ago, and now she's playing now she's playing. I mean, it's not like she had months to prepare like she did, like NFL players kind of do. But I mean, like you said, she has a lot to do, and plus she's playing for Indiana. I mean, they finished last for a reason, and they may finish last again this year. But I'm just saying, what I've seen, she's playing like a rookie, and I'm sure eventually she probably will improve as the season goes by. And I can't say I know some of the women speaking out, but I don't know them, but I've seen their quotes, and it's just like, I'm sure every rookie's gets this. I mean, I'm sure everyone that's a superstar now, what everybody's thinking, who's Michael Jackson? I mean, who's Michael Jackson? Who's Michael Jordan? Who's this Jordan kid that Chicago just drafted? My gosh, he was, not all that great in college, and all of a sudden, look what he becomes. So there's always going to be that kind of thing, and as long as she keeps her mouth shut, nose to the grindstone, I think she'll be fine. And maybe someday she'll be leaving. But she might be leaving, but she could be leading Indiana to a championship. Who knows? Well, that's all in the future. And right now, all she got to do is, I mean, that's sad that she has to deal with some of this crap. But then she also Indiana, one of the sports writers was banned from covering their games because how she felt awkward with some of his comments. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she did, but people that watched it felt awkward, and it was like I don't know. I don't think she said anything about it, but they felt awkward the way he was, because she does this heart thing for her family after games and stuff, and he did it too. And then she said, "Well, if you do that with me, we'll get along fine." And some people were awkward with what he said about that, so he got banished from the game. He can still cover him from his living room, but he can't go to games anymore. Wow. So I don't know if that's just because of what because of the blowback by people. Because I don't think she said anything. So that's another one of those things where people get if people just dictated what happened there instead of just letting it. He did apologize, saying I didn't want that to happen and all that stuff. But anyway, I forget his name, but I read that too. So I guess that was a controversy that started off before the season started during one of her press conferences, and I didn't know what to think of it. It's like okay, maybe, but since she didn't complain about it, what's the big dealio? Just because people get on Twitter or formerly, right now X, I guess, and complain, and they probably have nothing to do with this fucking team. They're not fans; they just saw it. Oh my gosh, I feel so awkward. I better complain, and then next thing you know, he's not covering games. But it doesn't matter. Enough about the fever. Let's move on to something else.
My other comment on that would be everything Almighty, 99.5% of what Almighty said. The young lady has talent. She has to fight with these other women that have talent.
That's right.
I'll bet on her to do well, and I hope she does. It's just I don't get the vitriol, man. I really don't. So hopefully she's able to do it. But hey, she's the one that's got to knock bodies, man, on that court. And there are some big girls there, just like in the NBA. So good luck to her.
Yep.
And we'll see. So all right, we'll go ahead and move on.
Maybe that's just the basic cat fighting that goes on among women. I don't know.
It's possible. I don't want to be an expert. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. What was that, token Brit?
Never said a word.
TTB. TTB. That token Brit. That or the token Brit.
The token Brit. Yeah.
Okay.
I never said a word. I saw plenty.
I saw what you did. You were like, come on.
No.
Okay, fair enough. I was
further
about to
to
say
your
Gridiron
question.
Girl.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Anime Girl. Yes.
Excuse me. Forward to your question reference FC Barcelona playing
3 hours ago.
No, it doesn't start till 5 o'clock.
Thank you for that
European
update. What?
It's European time. It's not even started yet.
And I am overtly thrilled for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 7:43 a.m. Here on the West Coast. It is May 25th, 2024, Memorial Day weekend. Folks, we'll get into Memorial Day weekend in the next hour. I want to talk about it for about a minute or so. A lot of people don't know where Memorial Day weekend originated. And since NorCal Girl has a bit of knowledge on this, maybe she will go ahead and educate all of us on what Memorial Day weekend is and how it originated. I was under the false impression. Well, I don't want to get into it right now, but I'll talk about the false impression that it originated with Lincoln himself at the Gettysburg Address. But I think it's the winners are the ones that write history. But we'll get into that. I'm sure NorCal Girl will be able to educate us, which is rather surprising where Memorial Day originated or how it originated. So we'll get into that in a little bit. Do you ladies have any other stories you want to get into real quick as we go around the horn on this Memorial Day weekend?
No.
All right. Almighty, do you have anything else? Because I'm going to get into some of my notes in a little bit, but I need about a minute or two.
Well, one more quick note, I guess, is that there
Please.
will be no electronic robots at home plate next season in Major League Baseball.
Oh, it's official.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, that won't happen next year.
Wow, they made that announcement, huh? Was that out of the commissioner's office or was it the owner's rules committee or something?
I don't remember. I don't.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I mean, I don't. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, it says unlikely for 2025. I didn't.
Oh.
They didn't roll it out. But it says Major League Baseball says robot home plate umpires unlikely for 2025, and they still said they have some technical issues to work out, according to Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred. So they're still working on. I guess according to that, Raj, they're still working to get the bugs out. And I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a whole different issue. I don't know. I guess I'm not really a big fan of having robots call balls and strikes, but I would imagine you're not there yet either, having AI, run the game. but that's just my opinion.
I am against it, ladies and gentlemen, and others, and I've always been against it. Baseball is a game that has been timeless, and it is, while it's timed now, which is absolutely disgusting to me.
Yeah.
But when I had the conversation with Dan Schlossberg, who has written over 40 books in Major League Baseball on baseball, and I have his most recent book right now, and we're going to have Dan on. And as a matter of fact, Dan Schlossberg, ladies and gentlemen, will be joining the professionals on June 1st. He will be on with us for the first baseball story or two. So we're going to be talking about his book and other stuff. Folks, this is the guy when it comes to Atlanta Braves baseball, and quite a bit of he gets in any baseball game he wants to. I hate it. He gets in anywhere he wants to go. I hate him. And he is lucky enough he has a streak of, I think it's 52 years now, of attending every All-Star game in Major League Baseball, which is absolutely awesome.
No.
He will be at the Cooperstown event, so I will be covering for him on July 18th. So maybe here's a little bit right here. I have asked Liz to join me on June 20th, and since Almighty expressed a little bit of interest, if he is available, maybe he would like to co-host with me on Travel Edge Radio. We'll talk about the details later. I'm just throwing it out there, and we'll see. But I'm going to be covering for Dan on the 20th of June, as well as July 18th. So we'll see. We'll see. Dan's looking for a co-host. I'm sorry, I should have done like this. Dan's looking for a. I know, what an idiot, right? Dan's looking for a co-host, but he seems to like me as his co-host. Oh, I love being his co-host.
You get along
Dan's
so
looking for a
well.
co-host. I'm sorry, what was that?
You get along so well with him.
Actually, he's very easy to get along with. So, and folks, on a technical thing, your entire story is scripted. I mean, the questions. I mean, it's well.
obvious.
He is a professional. That's why whenever I would cover for him, the first thing I would say, "Welcome to Travel Edge Radio." And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Roger is here. The 30-minute program is gone. That's the first thing that I would do, and I'm sure that made his audience very happy. That's all right. Just as happy as Ash is being right now on my lap. Almighty, I recommend you see the movie Sight. It's nationwide right now in the United States. It's based on a true story and true events, which is what I'm saying. It's, I think, worthy of your time. I spoke briefly about it earlier. I may go watch, and I better be careful when I say this, but I will have the opportunity to view the Planet of the Apes. I think I'm going to see it today. Have you seen it yet, Almighty?
No, I have not.
Because when I think Planet of the Apes, I have flashbacks to. Okay, better not.
I've seen the updated versions, so I mean, but I haven't seen the latest one. No, that's in theaters right now.
I only saw the very first version, the one that what's his face was in the very first update, which is probably bordering on 20 years now, right?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
probably,
been,
yeah.
They've been spread out pretty well, but
Yeah.
But I have seen them as they have gone on, and I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't seen a new one yet, and I guess I will keep an eye out for the one you just mentioned.
That's the Dawning of the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes or something, is it?
Very good question. I thought it was the Battle for the Planet of the Apes, but I'm not certain. But it is the one that is out right now. So
I think it is. Is it? I don't know.
Yes, you're right. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Wasn't Battle the old series?
Actually, I think it was the movie before.
That could have been too.
Yeah.
There's been quite a few, but I don't, but I know I've seen them. I may not remember the titles, but I know I've seen them. So.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a chance to catch up on the others, and I'm going to watch them after, but we'll see. I'm looking forward to being able to take this movie in very soon. And folks, I've been talking about it with other people. If you want to do a Friday night review, sometimes it might be too early, but if you want to do a weekly review of movies, we can probably do that. But that's down the road. It's something I've been wanting to do. But
I did that last Friday.
oh, you did?
Yeah, I know. I noticed.
Yeah, I did that last Friday. Not this
What
Friday.
what did you do last Friday, Almighty?
I did. What did I do? I did.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I did Spider-Man.
Oh,
I saw that nothing was going on Friday night, and
oh, so we have something on the network now on Friday,
I
right?
stole it. Yeah, I didn't have time
Oh.
yesterday, but I guess if I'm going to be current, the latest one I saw on Netflix was that sci-fi with Jennifer Lopez, Atlas. So I did see that, but it came out yesterday,
Oh,
and it's a good CGI action flick. And it's one of those films where we're supposed to get used to AI and all that good stuff. So it's and plus if you want to find out how she gets an emotional attachment to AI, and it's kind of weird, but still, it's good. CGI is pretty good. It's an action flick. It's not too bad, and you don't have to and you don't have to invest too much brain power into watching it. So it's one of those films.
oh wow,
But it's Jennifer Lopez, so I mean, come on.
dude! When she wore that Amazonian dress to one of those events, I mean, this is like back in the '90s. I forget which one it was. Oh, I was like, I wasn't a fan of Jennifer until then. Anyway,
But still, it's not a bad flick. I mean, the script could, it's not a bad film. I mean, if you have time to watch it real quick, it's not bad. It's a good sci-fi adventure AI thing. So it's like I said, the special effects sell it, and so do some of the action scenes. They sell it too. But anyway, I wouldn't say it should be on your to-do list unless you don't have nothing to do. Then you can do it. But
ooh,
not bad.
okay. Well, appreciate
I
that.
mean, and if you're a fan of Jennifer Lopez, well, then I guess you definitely would want to watch it. But still, and it also has some of the way it was directed. It has some of those gaming aspects as you watch it. Video game aspects. So it's pretty decent. It's for sci-fi and Netflix. It's pretty decent. Sitcom I would not recommend that's on Netflix now is Tires. I tried to get through it. It's not all that funny, and it's it's about a group of guys and a woman at a tire, and it's like the basic one, racist, sexist jokes and all that stuff, and then it's not very funny. And at least to me it wasn't. That kind of sometimes it can be funny, but it just doesn't seem to hit it. It just doesn't. I don't know. To me, Netflix could have spent their money on something different than that, but that may be some people. For me, it didn't hit, so that's me. That's just me. It could be. I mean, it's called Tires. It's like a sitcom. So if you want to try it for an episode and then say you can go for there, but I wouldn't. I probably can't. I probably won't be able to finish this one. I mean,
Wow.
but
Okay.
I mean, it just didn't do it for me. It's.
All right. Well, Almighty, I thank you for knowing that one didn't do it for you. Tires did not do it for Almighty.
That's right.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
The only time tires do it for me is when I need them for my truck, and that's the only time.
Ooh, you've got a truck. Good for you.
Do you go for round tires or square ones?
Yeah.
I would go for the tires that do not have air in them, but that's a whole other issue, and that's for another program. We're actually going to be talking about tires on another program. That one is scheduled. It was in Popular Mechanics as of late, but that's neither here nor there. Yes.
Well, tires are important. I'm just saying this sitcom isn't.
It's not.
It's not.
And that's good to know. We'll go ahead and move on. Ladies and gentlemen, in news that maybe will break Tanya's heart, the Mets shut down Kodai Senga after an MRI on his alien arm. So the Mets continually are getting butchered again. And folks, I don't know if you remember, but the Mets 10 years ago, their training room was a place where players went to die almost. It was something that's bad, and it hasn't really seemed to change. There's so many injuries on the New York Mets. and this new phenom, this kid, unfortunately, it's a big deal. So the development is potentially a major setback for Senga, who will need a month-long minor league rehab assignment before joining the Mets once healthy. He had a planned bullpen session canceled Sunday because he was experiencing tightness in his triceps. Mendoza at the time reported a low level of concern for the 2023 National League Rookie of the Year runner-up. Quote, we were able to take a look at not only the shoulder today, but the elbow and the whole thing just to make sure we're not missing anything. Good news is it's just inflammation. So is it armitis? Sorry. Like I said, getting this shot and hopefully he can get going from here now. So it's one of those things that we knew from the beginning it was going to take time, and we are here dealing with it. And Senga 31 reported arm fatigue in February upon reporting spring training as a team's ace after posting a 298 ERA with 202 strikeouts last year. Wow. Sorry, Tanya. I know it's not good. Your team is hurting a little bit. So, and speaking of someone who is part of the universe, good morning, Greg. And I'm glad you're here, Greg. Let me know on August 29th, we have the premiere to the Rings of Power. Season 2. As painful
Okay,
as
who's
season
getting
1.
raided?
Yeah, that's NorCal Girl.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
that's
Almighty.
That figures it probably is.
Oh, it was Almighty. So good morning, Greg. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I moving too much for you?
Morning, Greg.
Am I moving too much? I'm sorry, Ash. He is really unhappy right now because there's not enough room here. I'm in an office chair, an executive chair, and he's on my lap. And sorry, Ash. So anyway, Greg will let me know if he's interested in doing something like that. He did like season 1, and Michael and I and Almighty from time to time got through season 1. So who knows? Don't know if we're ready to go back there. But if Greg is, because he liked the series, who knows? We'll see what he comments. Anyone want to get into any other stories right now?
No, none that I can think of.
Nope.
Oh my goodness! Don't tell me we're going to be ending early. I doubt that.
It was
Really?
a slow week.
It is a slow week, huh?
Yeah. The only thing I got is when you were mentioning Planet of the Apes, I remember the original Planet of the Apes. That's the,
Oh, so do I. It's one of my favorites.
yeah. Charlton Heston on, yeah.
What, was there ever a better looking man, especially half clothed?
Yeah. As an actor, yeah. As a person, he was a pain in the ass, but never mind.
Did you meet him in person?
No, but I know somebody who did, and he
Oh, okay.
didn't like him. He felt that Mr. Heston was, as you Americans say, up himself. So he didn't.
Ah.
Well, I would understand that, but we got to remember it's Charlton Heston. It's Charlton.
Yeah,
But there are actors like that.
It doesn't excuse things. It doesn't
Yeah.
excuse things.
Well, you know what they say, beware of meeting your heroes.
Oh,
True.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, like you said, there are actors I like, but I don't agree with their politics, but I like the stuff that they do, but I don't agree.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes it's hard for people to to separate the politics or his being an asshole from what he does.
The acting. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit like sports people. You got some sports
Yeah.
people that you can watch when they're playing the sport, and you think, yeah, cool. I like the guy.
And then afterward, they open their mouth and it's like, wait a minute.
You
I gotta
think,
turn it
yeah,
off.
what a dick. Yeah.
But sometimes that you have to be a dick to be great too. I think they said that too. Same thing with Michael Jordan. He had to be a dick.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
We've talked about that, folks. We've talked about that. Imagine if our hero or whatever, heroine, whatever, didn't have a certain dickishness about them. But if you take that away, didn't we learn about that in Turnabout Intruder in Star Trek?
Yep.
And if you take certain things away from someone, they're not that person.
No.
That drove whatever it was that drove Barry Bonds to be where he. That attitude got him there. Michael Jordan, Charlton Heston. Charlton Heston, if I remember correctly, was an extra or a stand-in on a movie. Was he the one, or was that John Wayne? It was John Wayne.
John Wayne.
Yeah, he was an extra, and he was discovered on set, and he became who he was. So,
You
and I'm
see
not.
now, a lot of people can watch John Wayne in his movies, but if you discuss John Wayne as the individual, his politics and his views on certain racial minorities, they write him off.
Yeah.
A lot of
And
people
John Wayne,
still
as far
don't
as
know.
yeah, as far as his acting and all, he will always be one of my greatest heroes. But the personal person that the man was, I think he was a dick.
And I didn't find out about that until about 10 years ago.
Oh
About
wow.
Charlton Heston. I was blind. I was naive to it. I was like, wow. It's like,
Well,
well,
Charles Heston didn't get any fans either when he endorsed the NRA. So I mean,
I remember that, Almighty, but I don't know if he lost any, because you know what? He was an NRA guy.
yeah.
He wasn't a dick about it.
Well, maybe he didn't lose anybody. I'm not. I guess what I meant.
He didn't gain any.
He got. Well, I'm just saying he got blowback from some that
Yeah,
that were anti-gun. I mean, I didn't care that he was NRA. I don't. I mean, I'm in the Midwest. Okay, you're a big deal.
I'm an NRA member, card carrying member. I was very happy.
So, I
that
mean,
he was.
folks, Sigourney Weaver is so anti-gun, it's ridiculous.
Oh, I know.
You ask her and speak to her as to why she's anti-gun, she'll tell you. But
It makes sense.
this. I'm sorry?
And she makes sense with some of her beliefs.
Yeah, and I'm cool with it. And I love listening to that. But look, she is anti-gun. Look at Aliens, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
All right. So even she was prepared because she understood that there was a story here. And she says, I like this story. And the whole thing of anti-gun, my God, she literally leans into it. I'm quoting the movie where Hicks says, don't forget, you got to lean into it. And she adopted that. And she is so genuinely anti. So my respect to Sigourney Weaver, because she was able to, do that. And I think it's cool. If you listen and you give your opinion, it's much appreciated. And it's your decision other than that. And I appreciate how she was able to cross the line. And by the way, folks, Sigourney Weaver as Ripley, like Sarah Connor, those were well-written characters. They were real. That's why they're not disliked today, like some characters. I'm not anywhere going to get into that.
And remember, since we're talking about aliens, the new film comes out in August, Romulus. So,
yes, I will go see it. It's on my calendar.
So yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. But
I think that's a Star Trek movie, then, is it? Because I haven't even heard of that.
Yeah.
It's very good.
So. I guess so. Aliens are going to invade Romulus. So yeah, they're going to go to war with aliens. That'd be an interesting crossover, I believe.
That'd be interesting. Who's going to win, Alien or the Board? Interesting storyline.
I don't know. Now oh my God. They had a Star Trek Fantastic Four crossover. So I don't know. That would be, look, sorry, folks. Aliens are still one of the more frightening things ever invented in cinema. Man, aliens are they're scary, man. I told you guys when I was watching Predator 2, and when he walks into the throne room, I'm looking at him like, oh my God, that's the alien head. I pointed up at it. I mean, that was an incredible crossover right there. And well, now we have what we have. That's neither here nor there. So, all right. Here's looking forward to it. Thank you, Misty Kuhn. Appreciate it, but we're looking for expensive viewers. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for spending the time and commenting. It's all good in the hood. So it's all right. It is a quiet weekend. I mean, we do got a little bit of news and stuff, but it is a bit quiet. Now, I do have a bit of a story that Warner Brothers and NBC and other are really arguing over the NBA rights right now. As you know, they're up for bid. But Warner Brothers Discovery did strike a major deal with ESPN for college football games. Apparently, Warner Brothers Discovery has signed a 5-year sub-licensing deal with ESPN to broadcast select college football games. ESPN will continue to provide all of the major events, but it looks like there's going to be some play with Warner Brothers Discovery. Wow. Discovery will pay ESPN hundreds of $1 millions per year on average for the rights for the selected games. They're going to be branded under TNT, and the new deal will see the 12-team college football playoff format begin in December of 2024. All CFP games will remain available on the upcoming Venue Sports streaming service, jointly owned by Disney, Fox, Warner Brothers, Discovery. College football playoff games had over 27 million viewers for the 2023 semifinal. Wow, that's big. Did you guys hear about the new sports streaming service? It's called Venue.
No,
Heard
that's
that
how
one
I
yet.
heard of it.
Yeah, it was announced. I think it was last week, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it. But Venue, quite a few people are talking about it, and it's Disney, Fox, and Warner Brothers Discovery. So I think ESPN is going to be involved in that, but I don't know. There is no deal yet with the NBA and a major network because TNT may lose the rights for the NBA, which they've had for a while now. Huh, Almighty? What, 10 years, 15 years?
As far as I can remember, they've always been involved. TNT or TBS. I mean, they've always. That's where you went to watch NBA during all the, a lot during the week. So yeah.
You know, folks, I don't know how much you are basketball fans, but I got to admit, the team that they assembled as the commentators and stuff on TNT, wow, that was a good team. Charles Barkley, I got to admit, my respect for Charles Barkley. That guy.
We had the last Celtics game on over here, surprisingly enough, at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
really?
wow.
I went to put the news on because I was up and about. I thought, oh, I wonder what's happening in the world. Switched the TV on, and I thought, Boston Celtics. I know that. Where do I get? Oh, Big Dog. Okay. Straight away. Oh yeah, Big Dog. Turn it off. The hated ones are on. Turn it off.
That's interesting. That's very good. Big Dog genuinely has no love for anything Boston, and he'll tell you he hates them. I think that's a little too much when you use hate, but he's consistent. You know, I gotta have
Yeah.
it for that.
Does he like a Boston cream pie?
I don't know. It depends on.
He said he hates anything that's Boston.
I don't know, but I do want to give a shout out to Victor and Blanca, who visited with me this week, and she works here in Southern California in a bakery plant, and she brought over. Look, I love the Costco cheesecake. Oh my God, this is stuff to die for. I mean, this cheesecake that she brought. Oh, good thoughts, good thoughts. Anyway, that cheesecake is. Oh my God, I think I'm diabetic now. I shouldn't joke about that. That thing is so delicious. Oh my God, thank
In
you,
other
Vic.
words, as it came through the door, it was an endangered species, right?
That's funny. I like it. It's a big cake, though. It's or pie. I'm sorry, I don't know what. No, it's cake. Oh, and it's from a bakery, so you know it's good when you have each slice is separated by that thin little
Uh-huh.
paper. It's like, oh, yeah, it's nice. It's Okay.
You're not careful, Mr. Scorekeeper. You're going to be ending up with wide load tattooed on your behind.
I already have the beep, beep, beep when I back up. I already have that. No.
But you're right. This NBA is on the verge of signing a contract with Disney, ESPN, and Amazon as well. So Amazon is really getting more into getting a lot of sports deals done now.
Yeah, I
So-
noticed when I go into my Amazon Prime that I'm getting a lot of different sports coming up.
So
I shall wait with bated breath when the football season starts to see what I'm offered.
You know, I went ahead and I purchased NFL Plus or NFL Prime, whatever, and I'm giving it a shot. I want to see. I think I paid $49. It was the advertised deal, and for the
now
annual.
the lowest tier, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. Let me go to NFL.com. Let me see what I have.
Well, there was 2 tiers, a 49 and a 79.
Actually, I think there's 3 tiers.
Maybe there's 3 tiers now.
Yeah, because somehow I read that I'm not going to get certain things. Well,
With the highest tier, you were able to go back and rewatch games that were you can go back and do a rewatch of other games, but with certain tiers you can't go back and watch like a game you missed or whatever, or you would like to have watched. So
folks, I actually have NFL Plus Premium Annual. So I paid $100 for it, and I think I started I think it was the 1st of May. Oh no, it was April 30th. I renew on April 30th. So I'm looking forward to see what it's going to be, but I don't believe I have the full. I'm going to be limited on certain games. I'm like, well, what's the point of having NFL Plus Premium? That's why I think there is another level.
Yeah, there is, but
I think it's called Game Day.
I think you have to read the fine print when you join these little different tiers, because some tiers you won't be able to watch games you'd like to have access to all the games. Like say your Raiders aren't had the bye week. Well, I want to watch. Oh, I can't watch this game because it's not covered. But still, it doesn't matter. But still, to see that the NFL is embracing streaming is a good thing. That streaming is going to go on for 3 or 4 years now for the NFL. So they've been.
No, in my luck, I'll get all the Chicago Brown games or something.
So look, I have the NFL Plus Premium. I get Red Zone, game replays, network preseason. I actually saw the draft. That's why I got it. I was able to see
so
the
then
draft
you got the mega pack.
So I don't know, but this one is $14.99 a month or $99.99 a year. That's even less than Major League Baseball, which I believe I paid $149 or $159 for it. Okay. So I'm looking forward to seeing. I've never had the NFL. Okay, NFL games with NFL Plus. Live out-of-market preseason games are generally available. Live local and primetime regular season and postseason games are available only on phones and tablets. Local games are on the games that are available on TV in your market. NFL Network is available across supported devices. This season, NFL Network includes 8 live games. If you have NFL Plus Premium subscription, you also have access to NFL Red Zone and replays for preseason, regular season, and postseason games. I don't know. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it.
That's what I didn't like about the NFL. I mean, I like it, but I don't like it. You can only stream it on your phone or tablet. You can't. The app won't work on your smart TV. So it's kind of.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I purchased it through the Roku. So I'm like, well, if you can buy it through the Roku, I wonder what. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, Almighty. I'm not even trying to be argumentative.
Then, Raj, when the regular season starts, buddy, that'll be awesome to find out. So keep us abreast of
Ooh, you got my attention. I will definitely keep you abreast. All right. But even though I would say breastises, I will keep you abreastises in a breast situation.
Yeah,
Look forward.
okay. You're kicking the arse out of the word breast now, the pair of you. Behave. Curb your
Okay.
They're just
enthusiasm of
hungry
that
for
particular.
chicken.
Eh?
They're just hungry for chicken.
Yeah.
I don't think no chicken's involved in what they're talking about. That's for
I'm
sure.
trying to be nice.
Yeah. I'm just saying it like I see it.
Now, I do have a story which just may. This is something that we've been talking about for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and place it in the chat for my co hosts as well as in the public chats. And if someone would highlight one of the entries so that the guests can see it. This is a lawsuit, House versus NCAA. What's next for college athletics after the settlement? And this is a fairly new story. All parties in the landmark House versus NCAA lawsuit are close to signing off on a settlement that will distribute a reported 3 billion in back pay damages through a 10-year period to Division 1 athletes who were prohibited from benefiting from name, image, and likeness before July 2021, dating back to 2016. Athletes.org founder and chairman Jiv Cavalier says this will lead to a foundational change in college sports, but there are still logistics to get through. This could be the day that leads to the things that will need to be done to fundamentally change everything for college athletics. It may or may not be the day. The reason is this is just the initiation of a settlement, and there's process to follow to get it approved. And that process not only includes Judge Claudio Wilkin approving the settlement, but it also assumes the athletes whose voice, who's not really been part of any of the term making happening here, they need to accept and not push back and not opt out. They will have time to opt out, of course. And here are some of the questions being answered. In 2021, the NCAA versus Alston ruling, which the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against the NCAA, had findings that, quote, limiting educational relationship compensation violated Section 1 of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Wow. This ruling and O'Bannon was this ruling and the O'Bannon versus NCAA case would lead to the NCAA to allow student athletes to benefit from NIL bargaining in 2021. I'm sorry, beginning in 2021. The House versus NCAA case listed the 5 major FBS conferences, the ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Pac 12, and SEC, as defendants. The Pac 12 is still included in this case, despite the fact 10 schools have departed for the 2021 season. According to ESPN.com, the NCAA national office will pay $2.7 billion for past damages for the past 10 years, and that remains cutting some of the funds attributed to Division One schools. Of course, where's the money going to come from? From current projects. The ACC and Big 12 agreed to terms on Tuesday. They will forfeit their ability to file antitrust cases in the future. Athletes who opt out will still have the ability to sue the NCAA, but will miss out on their cut of the $2.7 billion in damages. The NCAA is facing other class action lawsuits, such as Fontenot versus NCAA. And on Thursday, a Colorado court denied the NCAA's motion to consolidate that case with the House case. The settlement will also allow schools to share revenue with athletes using a formula that takes 22% of their average revenues of Power Five schools. That amounts to roughly $20 million annually for the athletes. Is it adequate? Well, we'll have to see. What does this ruling mean for name, image, and likeness? The ability to now pay players with money generated from athletes is the first step towards revenue sharing. So, will the settlement lead to a college football super league? We'll see. We'll see what, if anything. On Monday, Sports Business Journal reported the Big Ten had more than $850 million in total revenue in 2023. Wow. Which is ahead of the SEC at $820 million. Those two conferences are making a disproportionate amount of revenue compared to the other conferences and stand to make even more with expansion. Wow. Is there going to be a football super league? Cavalia says that's inevitable. When it happens, how it happens, some of that will be determined by what happens here with the House vote. Wow, that's crazy. How does Title IX factor into the agreement? No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Bam! I, for the longest time, was against athletes who were on scholarships to be paid. My thing was, you want to be paid? Give up your scholarship. No problem. But that never even crossed any. No. Wow.
Well, there you go.
We'll see. There's a lot on this, folks, and there's going to be a lot to talk about moving forward on this. It's changed. College athletes will now be compensated. And I want to give a shout out. We just got our next like from someone by the name of Sonj Rubles. Well, good morning. And thank you for that. I believe the individual is in Lake Havasu right now. I don't know.
Lucky her.
Are they in Lake Havasu? No, she's watching us live. Hey, kid, dude, get off the keyboard. This cat wants to continually jump on the keyboard. So there it is. I just sent her a like right now. So Almighty, I need you to take over for a few moments, please. I need to get my pharmaceuticals in, and the old man, because he's been drinking coffee all day and all night because I've been up. The neck has been absolutely horrible. Oh, the weekend of June 13th, I may not be available for sports talk with the guys due to medical reasons. As we get closer, I'll know, but I'm going to have another procedure done on June 13th. The lobotomy, well, the brain's right here. So that's already been done. What else they're going to cut? I don't know. They already got one head, maybe the other one. I don't know. We'll see. Almighty, you have a con. I'll be back.
All right. Don't forget your cat. Wow.
He's right here. He's right here. I'm going to wake him up right now.
He's taking a nap, huh? All right. So
he's always taking a nap, the damn cat.
yeah, and Roger too. So you have nothing, anime girl, besides
no, I got nothing. Sorry,
what about you, NorCal girl?
Yeah, I had one thing that I'm not sure what I did with the whole article, but it was just basically a replay of Mahomes coming out in defense of his friend for that whole catastrophe commemoration speech that he gave regarding where a woman's place was in the kitchen in the home and they shouldn't be working in the whole bit.
Yeah.
So
what was wrong with this speech?
It's degrading to women completely. That women shouldn't be working and should be at home.
Right.
And
so
raising.
What's wrong with his speech?
It's degrading to a woman that they can't have a.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with that speech at all. I think it's spot on.
You and I will have words off air.
I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, is this he trying to poke the bear with a sharp stick? Because that ain't a good thing to be doing.
No.
What was his? What did he say about his comments? Then did he say anything? Did he apologize for it? Then
no, he didn't apologize for it, and this was Mahomes defending him. Just to the fact that he understands, doesn't necessarily agree with everything that the guy said, and for the life of me, the guy's name has completely slipped my mind, and I know it by heart too. Butkins, something or other, but Mahomes was just saying that he agrees with him, and the fact that he's a good guy. He doesn't agree with everything that he said. He has his different viewpoints, but in all, he's just trying to educate and bring more people into his way of belief of thinking.
I think we might have upset Tanya because she's put down an angry reaction.
Yeah, I'm sure she did.
So I think Tanya's not happy with that last segment about what Mahomes said.
Yeah.
I'll be honest to say, I don't blame her. I mean,
I don't either. Let me see if I can find it again real quick. Because I
Wow.
was looking up several other things in the process of doing this, and
I didn't know anything about that. So
no,
yeah, he made the comment of it on Wednesday, I believe.
that guy. Yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah.
He. I remember now what that dude said, and that's his cross to bear. You know, I
Yeah.
don't. I know what they're. I remember
But
reading that.
Mahomes
That
still
was
shouldn't
earlier
have
in
been
the
picking
week.
up
I
for it.
remember now why he was talking about that.
But
But
it burns me the idea that Mahomes went and stood up for him, even though he said, I don't necessarily agree with everything he said. I do understand that he was just trying to bring them more to his belief and his way of thinking. That is what just burned me to like, ugh.
yeah, but still,
Sorry, this
I mean,
is
I understand. I mean,
2024, for God's sake, not 1950.
yeah, but Mahomes says he's a great person, and I'm sure some people said the same thing about Hitler. You know,
Yeah.
we don't agree with him.
Well, you
Yeah,
get
but
me
he's a
started.
great person. Yeah, he's great to hang out with. It's good to party with him.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the Hitler comparison because I was expecting big Almighty to say, something. Some people say good things about scorekeeper as well.
No,
But it's
that's a little extreme. I mean, yeah, the dude's entitled to his opinion, but he's also got to put up with the blowback. I mean, men still believe that, and they're,
so.
it's
What did
not.
the idiot say?
He said that
Oh,
you should stay in the kitchen, and
yeah, the women should stay in the kitchen. Their homes should be in the kitchen and be homemakers. They're much more happier being homemakers than staying at home.
Well,
You
then
can't
you
rip them over.
okay. You know what? Look, I who have been married legally for 31 years, effective June 12th. I have to say that I okay. Let me put it this way: if he wants his spouse to live that way, fine. Hey, great, good for him. But that's not the way it's going to be everywhere else. I had air warning red. Repeat, air warning red. Incoming, incoming.
That was me
He was
firing off the
quick.
Almighty.
He was quick on it, man. That was funny. Anyway, sorry. If that's the way he wants his spouse to be, then that's his deal. I had the privilege in almost 31 years of my spouse not having to have a regular job. But did she have a job? Well, she worked at home. She took care of the house. That's different. But that's because it was my responsibility to go out and earn. So if he has that feeling, shut up, dude. That's your own house. Shouldn't be anyone else's. And I even wouldn't say that. I would never tell a woman that your place is in the kitchen. No. Um, no, doesn't have to be. That is wow. That's bad, man. All right, taking my drugs now.
yeah, well, I think Tanya really is a little bit upset and offended.
Well, a lot of us are upset and offended. I mean, look, it's old. It is in many ways ignorant. Ese pendejo. Oh, there it is. I used foul language. I'm so sorry, folks. So FCC is going to be on us for it. Ese pendejo. See, I can't say it in her accent because hers is a lot cuter than. I have no accent whatsoever. Mine is a bastardization, a slur of a speech pattern. So it's bad. Uh, what else did Tanya post? And good morning, Tanya. Not for nothing, but everyone in the audience should have thrown their graduation caps at him. Oh, that's
I
right. The
agree.
idiot said that at graduation, huh?
Yeah, and then
Oh.
Mahomes defended him kind of on Wednesday. Came out and defended him about it.
Anime girl, I'm
Yes,
having the cheesecake.
I noticed. I
And you notice he's not sharing.
Oh, you got to be kidding me there. Him share?
Uh-huh.
Jesus
Because
H
he has
Christ!
this.
You got more chance of him shitting on the moon than sharing that stuff.
I was going to say he had an absolute look of ecstasy on his face till you said that.
That's as close as I'm going to get right now. And this is just what was left over. This small piece from last night. I've been having some let's see, since just Thursday. Damn, I've already gone through that. I'm like, oh no, it's Wednesday when they stopped by and they brought me the cheesecake. I think there's maybe 4 or 5 pieces left. That's it. So sorry.
Yeah, I bet you've been there. You typical Roger went there and went mine, 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 mine. Guarantee it.
His kids have his DNA. Do you think they care?
What was that about my DNA?
No, when she said that you basically put your spit in each piece and said mine, 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 I said your kids have your DNA anyway. They're not going to care.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, I didn't hear that. You said, put the spin on there. That's even funnier. No, I did not know. Oh, folks, did I tell you? I'm deaf. Seriously, I am really, really deaf.
What?
I had my AME for my hearing done on, I think it was Thursday or Friday. When was it? It was today's the 25th. It was, I think, on the 16th or the 16th when I was in Beverly Hills. And I knew within an hour that the auditory range, he said, you're deaf. I'm like, oh, really? Yeah, you're bad. It's on your right ear, which I've known for a long time, and I've said the longest time I have serious issues. Well, he says, yeah, well, you're kind of deaf on your left side too. I'm like, what? He says less so on your left, but I was the auditory range. When I looked at the graph on the right ear, it was like this. It just shot up.
Wow.
The right ear was like this. But there were certain frequencies which I could hear very well on my left, but the on both is the high frequencies. So do you know who speaks in high frequency? Women.
You're
Oh,
hearing that?
now I know why. I don't hear some people.
Really? I see.
Mm.
Yeah, women generally speak in a higher frequency.
Yeah. In other words, selective deafness. Yeah, okay. We
Yep.
understand. We understand.
Didn't
And
you
he's
see
just
when I
using
was
that
on
as an
Facebook?
excuse.
So when do your hearing aids get in?
Actually, I'm going to get them on both ears. I am stunned. I don't know yet. It's going to go through its process now. I have no idea, but it's pretty bad.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys, when I was 2 or 3 Saturdays ago, when I picked up Dan Schlossberg and he was in the car, I had the phone plugged in to the autoplay. I had a tough time listening to you guys because it was on my right ear. I was having trouble listening to the program. I'm driving. I'm doing this, trying to lean in closer to the speakers. It was really funny. I was not able to hear a lot of stuff. I was trying to be ready, so if you boneheads would have said, "So, what's your opinion on that, scorekeeper?"
So what sort of hearing aids are you thinking of getting, Roger?
I don't know.
You going for the normal ear things, or are you going to get a cochlear implant?
I don't think you'd even qualify for one, would you?
Wait, what do you mean? Qualify for what?
A cochlear implant.
I vaguely know what those are, but why would I qualify? What do you mean? If it's for insurance? Oh yeah, I qualify.
No, I'm talking about the deafness itself, and I hate to say this,
I
but
don't
also
know.
your age.
Oh,
It's it's something that's more done for teenagers and
oh,
younger children, infants.
I'm old.
But yeah, it's actually an
So,
implant that goes into the ear canal and ear bones in the back and attaches.
oh, they put the camera in there so I could see, and I was like, "Oh my god, I cannot imagine, what it's gonna be." I really thought there was gonna be a buildup of wax and stuff or whatever. I thought it was gonna look horrible. Being that I always try to maintain it. Forgive me, I know this is TMI, but when he put the camera in there, he was like, "Oh, do you swim a lot?" I'm like, excuse me. He goes, no. Do you spend a lot of time surfing? No. Why? Oh, because you have a structure in your left ear that a lot of swimmers have. And he says, well, I guess it's just a different type of buildup. But he said that I had something in my left ear. I said, oh, is that why I always think I hear from this side? He's like, no, I don't think so. But when he put the camera in there on both sides, I was stunned. I was like, "Oh my god!" I told him, "There's no earwax." He says, "No, none that's out of the ordinary." So, oh, okay. I always thought that there was a buildup. That's why I couldn't hear. And I was like, "Clean my ears out, man! Do that vase or whatever it is, and I'll be able to hear again." Like, nope, you don't have anything in there. I was like, "Okay,
Doesn't
damn."
have anything between them either.
I was looking forward to. I've had that done once before where they put you on your side. They will use the warm water and they use all that stuff, and your hearing like improves like 30-40%. And he told me, dude, you don't have it's everything you have is normal. So yes, Almighty, I was empty headed.
Okay.
Well, I saw that little chuckle a moment ago. I know it wasn't directed at me, but I had to take advantage of it. When you like that last piece of cheesecake that I had right now was delicious.
Thank you.
Next time I go on air, I'll have some more.
I hate you.
In other words, Roger, you're too old. Oh, God bless you, Tanya.
And I like Tanya. She says it like it is.
Yeah. So, where's Speedy?
Yeah. Where is?
Did you guys insult him where he's done with us?
I haven't seen Speedy since before my mother passed, so I have no idea.
I talked to him like a week and a half ago, and he was pretty certain he was going to be on last week. And I was kind of surprised that he wasn't.
Okay, well, maybe some things are going on, so we'll see. But Speedy!
Maybe he's still fixing his chair.
We used to be nice on this program.
We are nice. I just said maybe he's still fixing his chair. What's that? Says the man with a cat in his lap, eating cheesecake.
Whoa! That looked bad because I was down here when you said the man with his cat in his lap. I'm like, hey! No, actually, he is. Where is he? He's actually outside now because there's a little bit of daylight and stuff. So he's outside.
Well, there you go. See, there you go. Anyway, wasn't Miss Norcar Girl going to talk about Memorial Day or something? You said earlier.
That was.
Did you want to discuss the origins of Memorial Day?
Well, I could do a very brief, but not, a huge, speech on it or anything. I think you had said something about you thought that Lincoln had done it. And actually, no, the first quote unquote.
Well,
Memorial
actually,
Day-
let me clarify why the thing is because everyone believes that of his reference of his speech Memorial Day being at Gettysburg, he said that the Gettysburg Address was there, and people believe that the Gettysburg Address began Memorial Day because it was Antietam. Oh no, wait, Gettysburg. Um, yeah, because it was on Memorial Day, wasn't it? Or around those days, and get Gettysburg Address. That's why some people in the North. But okay, some people have equated the Gettysburg Address as the beginning of Memorial Day. So, but that's okay.
No.
I must be honest and say I always thought Memorial Day was something to do with the fact of the Civil War, that it grew out of the Civil War. That was
You're correct.
my understanding of it. But maybe again,
you are
I got
correct,
that
Anime
wrong.
Girl. No, you're absolutely 100% correct. In fact, the first quote unquote Memorial Day was actually in 1866. And it was done in Waterloo, New York. And the whole town shut down because they were paying homage to two of the fallen Civil War soldiers. And at that point, they actually lowered flags to half staff, and all the shops and stuff shut down for the day. It wasn't until 2 years later that I'm trying to think of his name at the moment. Oh,
John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic
yes, thank you.
in
Um,
1868.
right, declared on May 5th, but at that point it still wasn't considered Memorial Day. It was Decorations Day. And that went on all the way through 1970. And then it was observed on May 30th. And at 1971, it started to be on the last Monday of every May. So, and I think it was in 1966, Lyndon B. Johnson then declared it to be Memorial Day.
Now, a little caveat to Memorial Day is the first national observance, of course, was the Grand Army of the Republic on May 5th, 1868. But we know that one of the earliest known ceremonies took place in Charleston, South Carolina in May 1865, where a group of freed slaves gathered to commemorate the fallen Union soldiers buried in a local racecourse. So
A lot
that's
of that
why.
has been contended.
Yeah.
A lot of different people have contended different things. That actually has been one of the ones that's been contended along with the one in 1866 in Waterloo, New York.
Now, another thing that has been contended, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's been a tradition in the South of doing that. And that's why it's interesting that Memorial Day allegedly is from the South. So I don't know. Did you want to go ahead and comment? While I'm going to take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:43 a.m. And this is the overslept and ran errands dog, Big Dog's entry to Sports Talk with the guys.
Roger,
Morning.
your mic keeps going funny, my man.
Okay, I don't know what the hell that means, but go ahead. Good morning, Big Dog. You overslept. Both Anime Girl and NorCal Girl did say you overslept, and I said no, it's Big Dog, and I was wrong.
See,
Yeah,
I'm right.
and I don't know
You're
why
wrong.
my camera's not working. That's weird.
My ears appreciated that, Roger.
Oh, did you guys hear something?
Oh, God, yes.
I didn't.
Oh, I did. Pop, pop, crackle,
I am
crackle.
so sorry. Did you hear that, Almighty?
Yeah, I thought was having Rice Krispies.
I heard it too.
Well, thank you, Big Dog. The rumor has it we can't see you, but okay.
No, we can't.
Can-
I can't
can-
see.
Can you see me or no? Because I'm not showing
Nope.
myself.
No,
No,
you're
no,
the
I can't
invisible.
see.
You're the invisible man right now.
I thought he was celebrating Memorial Day from the South.
Oh.
There is a
whoa,
racist
whoa,
connotation
whoa.
I could use, but since we're on air, I won't bother.
Well, I'm going to try coming back in and out.
Oh, there he wants.
I could make a comment to that one too, but I won't.
Yeah, I could say something, but it's racial.
Who is stopping you? Who has stopped you?
Me.
The only time I stopped someone was the Big Dog trying to tell a pizza joke on a certain joke night. That was the only time he would run the more risque jokes, and I'll tell you guys this off air. I will never. Did we finally, after about 3 or 4 years, we used the Rick D's way of telling a joke, where you give the answer, and then like an hour later, you ask the joke. So, Big Dog, and there you are, Big Dog. While we are away right now,
Yeah.
Anime Girl and NorCal Girl, and shockingly not Almighty, all were like, "Oh man, there's something I could say on what Big Dog just said and this." And
Oh, about going in and out?
that was one of them. And there was another one about the connotation that the that we couldn't see you. They went off and said, "Well, I'm not going to comment." I went off by saying, "Who the hell is going to stop you?" I mean, who has stopped you in the past? I said the only time I stopped anyone.
Candio has stopped us.
I was about to say the only time I stopped someone was the Big Dog on a particular joke night, which took about 3 years to finally tell the joke. And we used the Rick D's, for those of you that know Southern California jockeys and stuff, Rick D's, to get out of FCC fine. He would give the answer, and an hour later he would tell the joke, kind of like what Johnny Carson would do. But Johnny Carson, how? What?
I'm just wondering who Tanya's calling a pendejo.
Ladies? Was it Mahomes or the other guy?
It was the
Probably
other guy
both.
and then Mahomes defending him.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
both.
Probably both.
Senor Rogers or who?
No, I can't think of his name for the life of me.
Mahomes was defending his teammate, right?
Yeah.
The receiver that's in trouble?
The one who
The guy that was at graduation and talked about that women are to be in the kitchen at home, and
Oh, I missed that one. Oh, okay.
a bunch of idiots. I don't think.
I believe he's the kicker.
Oh yeah, yes. Well, Mahomes went to his defense, and Tanya had commented a little bit, and she said "ese pendejo," and I made the joke that I bastardized her words because my pronunciation is not as cute as hers.
That's because you're nowhere near as cute as her.
I would never pretend to even imply as such. I said that my speech patterns are a slur, right? Earlier. Yeah, so I wouldn't even get close to that. She is far from. So hopefully she'll be able to join us shortly. But thank you for joining us, Big Dog. How are you feeling, young man?
I'm feeling fine. How you feeling?
I was doing very just tired.
How's your neck?
It's giving me a lot of problems. Yeah, it's been giving me. I had 2 doctor appointments, and thank God they were female. I guess I could tell I was in distress, and they asked, "Where does it hurt?" And I was like, "Well, I'll point." And both of them, God bless them, God damn them. The minute they put their finger, does it hurt here? Oh my God, I flinched. Because we see the knot in, we can tell exactly where it is. I was like, wow.
So did you immediately answer that's what she said?
Nope. No, because these women are trying to cure me, so I wasn't that smart. So anyway, Big Dog, good morning. We've talked about some stuff this morning. Did you hear about the Discovery Channel or Warner and those guys? They sublet a deal with ESPN for college football games over 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
You know me in college sports.
Well, that's why I was asking. So we have a private chat. Anime Girl, come on, get to it. Oh. All right, Anime Girl, talk about this one. I did not know that happened.
Sorry, I was having a choking session here. That's why my camera off and so is my sound.
Well, that's you're overqualified for sports talk with the guys because we all choke here.
Yeah, no, but I was choking.
Oh, you were choking.
Yeah, my face went a funny color. That's why I switched my camera off.
Kind of like what I did the other day.
said the English woman.
I'm not English. Damn colonial. I'm Scottish. Get it right. If you're going to insult me the correct way, you Yankee get.
I couldn't hold that glare for very long. Damn it. Oh,
I am not from south of the border. I am from north of the border. Thank you very much.
that's a tad elitist. I will say that on Wednesday's appointment, when the doctor was coming close to check and I kind of moved my neck, you could hear the crack. Was that you? I'm like, yeah, that was you. Wow. I was able to hear every time the neck moves. So it was horrible. So knowing that we have that anime girl, why don't you lead us on this next story, please?
Yeah, we were talking about this Scotty Scheffler guy, the golfer that got arrested. Well, it would appear that the police officer that arrested said golfer has received corrective action over his detainment of the superstar and has been suspended multiple times in the past. Because apparently the world #1 was charged with second-degree assault of a police officer, which is a felony third-degree criminal mischief for reckless driving and disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic May 17th. Obviously, the golfer has denied all of this. Amid the fallout of his arrest, it was revealed that the Louisville Metro Police Department, Detective Brian Gills, violated force policy after not activating his body cam during the detainment. And now it has been claimed that the officer has been suspended on 3 previous occasions. Report alleges that Gillis was suspended by the LMPD after he was purportedly found doing donuts in a parking lot in his police car. I mean, with an intoxicated civilian in the vehicle. It is claimed that he was suspended for 5 days over this incident. Before this, it is also alleged that the officer was handed a 4-day suspension by the force over a violation of their policy on court attendance. It was claimed that Gillies broke the rules on 4 occasions across 2010 and 2011, with 2 of the 3 incidents ending in an on-day suspension. So this guy really is about as useful as a cop as a chocolate coffee pot. In short, he ain't very good. What is everybody's opinion on this latest news of this little policeman?
I'd like to go straight to Big Dog on this one because I find that one a little amusing, and he's the newest one at the program today. What do you think, Big Dog? Wow, what a shock!
I mean, when it was first reported, it seemed like the charges were excessive. So this is going to, of course, help Scheffler either get the charges reduced or dismissed. But it sounds like this guy's got problems, and the fact that he didn't have the body cam on, which I know here in LA, as soon as I think the shift starts, your body cam starts recording.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it is in other states. It sounds like when there's an incident, then they turn it on, which doesn't make any sense because sometimes
Florida
you don't.
has that rule.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that you would start it at that point because things could be happening. There could be a shooting or whatever. The first thing, especially if there's a shooting or a pursuit, like a foot pursuit, the first thing that comes to mind is not starting your body cam. It's chasing the person or apprehending the person. So,
I would also agree with you there, Big Dog, because surely the preliminary incident before the actual incident itself would need to be recorded.
Exactly.
So like you, I don't get that with the, switch the camera on when the action starts. Lose it on that. Please continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no. And I was going to say, unless he intentionally turned it off. And if that's the case, then why did you turn it off? As Anime Girl said, there was already an incident happening. There was a death. So why would the body cam be on?
Precisely. I mean, I don't understand. You have an incident where a guy's just been hit with a car. There's your incident. Your camera should be rolling already. So therefore, when he goes to Scheffler, everything should be there.
Yep.
Well, his dash cam should have been rolling. His body cam probably wasn't.
But why not? They should be both rolling.
Yeah, no, they should have been.
One should corroborate another.
Well, the dash cam, I mean, it could have been rolling, but the thing is, he might not have had the car positioned in a way
Correctly
where it's gonna catch it.
Yeah. But if you look at the pictures that you see of the road, the car is pointing towards oncoming traffic. Surely
Well, that particular police car is, but who's to say that was his?
Well, true. The other one, I think, if I remember rightly, if I remember the photograph, the other one is facing the opposite direction. So surely
Exactly,
one of those two dash cams would have picked up Scheffler. Sure.
Yeah.
So that's only what I've observed. Maybe I'm observing it wrong because I don't know what the actual layer of the roads are, whether there's corners there or not.
Unfortunately, the laws vary municipality to municipality to state. I, for instance, pulled up San Jose Police Department, and under their specific officer responsibilities, it says each officer is responsible for ensuring that their assigned body cam camera is downloaded, uploaded during their shift as needed or the completion of their shift, or at any time the device memory is deemed to be full. Actual time spent downloading, uploading the body camera files at the completion of an officer's shift shall be considered booking evidence and regarded as times worked. Officers shall not deliberately remove, dismantle, or tamper with any hardware and or the evidence management software component of the body camera. Uniformed officers should wear the camera on their uniform at a location that will facilitate an optimum recording field of view. And then finally, when it says when
Oh,
to
on the crotch,
activate,
okay.
there are many situations when to activate the body worn camera. However, this policy is not intended to describe every possible circumstance. And I believe, folks, since they're recording either in 4D or whatever, 1080, whatever, each camera has its limitations, whatever. I'm assuming, but says there are many situations when to activate the camera. However, this policy is not intended to describe every possible circumstance. During their shift, officers shall make every reasonable effort to activate their body camera prior to initiating or as soon as practical after initiating the following police actions: all enforcement encounters, taking or attempting to take a person into custody, enforcement encounters when there's a reason to believe that the individual is committing a violation for which a citation may be issued, all incidences involving the use of force, all public interaction, service of search of arrest warrants, suspect statements, witness victim statements when practical, pursuits, and response to complaints or calls for service. When to deactivate, they should not be intentionally terminated until the conclusion of the encounter, except for tactical or safety reasons, or the encounter no longer holds evidentiary or investigative value. Officers will use reasonable judgment to determine when to deactivate the body worn camera. So, officers are not required to advise or obtain consent to utilize body worn camera for their private person when in a public place or in location where there is an expectation of privacy, but the officer is lawfully present. So, and then it gives you a list of when not to activate. So, they're not on all the time. You can infer clearly by this policy. And I would understand probably why, because how long it takes to charge. I know they should charge them overnight. How much memory capacity. Folks, on a side note, every time you see a camera at an intersection, everyone believes that they're all recorded. Folks, look at how much memory you have on your computer, on your person, on your iCloud, whatever. That's one camera, 24 hours. LA City has 3,000 cameras. Do you know what the memory requirements are? So, on that alone, I can understand the body cameras are not on all the time. That's a problem because they have been, oh my God, my camera wasn't on. Now, there are rules for them to have them on. What is the thing? This cop, after he did the second 5-day suspension and then he did the donuts, wow. Wow. That guy should have been fired. Should have been fired. Doing donuts with an intoxicated civilian.
Yeah. I've just been looking at the British rules on body cameras. And it says here that the use of body-worn cameras should be clearly advertised where possible before commencing recording. They should be used with reasonable discretion and they shouldn't be hidden. The body-worn video recordings should only be made in a situation where the camera wearer would previously have made a written statement. They should commence recording at the start of any deployment to an incident and should continue uninterrupted until the incident has concluded.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And folks, I get that. Seriously. Because of the memory requirements alone. Now, the car cameras, they're constant. I understand that they operate once the car turns on. If the key's in ignition, I don't know, whatever. But the camera stays on, and the officers cannot determine, or they don't have the ability to turn them on or off. So the how many times has the car video saved the person, right? Because the officer forgot to turn on the body cam.
Oh, we've lost Big Dog again.
Yes. My plate's clean now. I don't know if you guys saw that. My cat jumped on the desk again, and then he caught whiff of the cheesecake. Oh, you son of a! He jumped up on the desk right here. He's right here, right below the camera. He's right here, mijo. Ah, all right, come on to my lap. He's right here. Yeah. Yeah, you saw him very briefly. Yeah, he's right here. He yeah. Oh, please don't tell the big dog.
Tell the big dog what?
That I have a cat on my lap.
Roger's playing with his pussy.
Yeah, he has a habit of doing that.
It gets bad though when he shows it on screen.
Yeah, it's pretty hairy.
I gotta admit, he's purring right now, so he's happy. He's happy with the cheesecake, but it's not good for him.
No. Things that ain't
not
good
good for them.
So how is Big Dog doing these days? Are you holding together okay?
Yeah. Before my stream messed up, I was gonna say, so it sounds like San Jose, in England, everything's pretty much the same about turning it on. So based on that, there's no excuse as to why this officer did not have his body cam on, because an incident had already happened. So at the second he got there on a death, that a guy was killed, his body cam should have been on immediately as soon as he got out of the car.
Bingo.
And Scheffler happened a good, who knows how much after the death happened, where all the officers got to the scene. So let's just, even if it happened, even if he got there 15 minutes after, body cam should have been rolling for at least 10 minutes, So there's no reason as to why it wasn't on, especially since this officer was interacting with all the cars trying to get by.
Well, exactly. The only reason I would presume that an officer would turn off the camera, and even then, I suppose, no, would be if the officer was actually viewing the victim of the accident.
Oh no, it would stay on.
It would stay on.
Yeah,
It'll
they'll
blur.
blur it. It'll be blurred.
Yeah. Well, therefore, then, as Big Dog has stated, there should be no reason for that camera to be switched off.
And then we say, okay, could be a mistake. Yeah, well, this guy allegedly, because the article, folks, notice it says reported to have been suspended and other stuff. So, we just need to say that before we say anything else. We can't take this gospel because we might have a limitation on the employee personnel files. So just keep that in mind. Okay.
Yeah.
He should have had the camera on. And funny, there was an engagement and the camera was off. What a shock.
Well, especially since he was already dealing with other, cars and traffic. I would have thought standing there, the first thing he would have done is made sure that camera was on just in case some idiot in a car decided to try something.
A lot of people in law enforcement have said a camera should not replace the sworn testimony of an event. No, but two cameras are better than one.
Mm-hmm. But then again, you see they're doing that in sports as well. They're saying that the camera is replacing the referee or the umpire. In a lot of places now are kicking back and saying that the camera should be removed and you should rely purely on the referee or umpire.
Yeah, but then you have an Angel Hernandez, though.
I knew that was coming. Damn it. I knew that was going to come. You just had to go there, didn't you?
Well, I mean, he is the poster boy for bad calls.
Yes. True.
And do you guys know that what's kind of funny is there's actually a worse umpire statistically? I think we talked about that last week or the week before.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a guy that his numbers are even worse. But yeah. But he is I cannot argue the poster boy. The wrath directed at him is really funny. It's because he gives so much material. I don't know if you guys saw this last week. An umpire ejected someone because of what they said, and the umpire said, "You're out of here." And I said, "Who?" The guy who said what he did. Who? So the guy that screamed it out, and the manager was like, "Well, who did? I did." And he's, "No, you didn't." Then who did? Who did you eject? So they were kind of going at it. And he tells him, "You don't even know who the hell you ejected. And what the hell's the matter with you?" And John Boy Media does a great job of doing the voiceovers on that stuff. And the coach is like, "Who did you eject?" He says, "Way to go, blockhead. You don't even know you ejected. You're just ejecting to eject." Had scorekeeper been there, would have said, "Ooh, that's the third definition of ejaculation." It is. Merriam-Webster's third definition. I forgot what year.
Yeah, no, any scorekeeper would look up what ejaculation means.
Yeah, because I read a lot, and I'm like, "Oh, this is a little odd on the use." And then when I read what it is, I'm like, "Oh, I can use this," and I did use it in a mating once, and I got away with it because I told him third definition.
I dread to think what the conversation was actually all about when you had
the engineer was being a jerk. He was spouting off, and there's the definition right there. He was spouting off. Someone was saying stuff, and he would just say stupid things. And I finally got tired, and I told him, "Dude, stop ejaculating." And everyone in the room got all offended, and I said, "Hey, what's the word? Third definition." And I pointed to him, and I know people laughed shortly there. I was told not to use the word again, and I was like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." I didn't even get a slap on the wrist. I was just don't use the word again. Because if it's
Well, that was a slap on the wrist telling you not to do it again.
they didn't tell me
That's-
publicly. They just told me privately.
Well, of course, I'm not going to tell you publicly. That's the correct way to do it. You take the person aside and you reprimand them between you and they.
Well,
You know that.
dude, they didn't even reprimand me.
Being told
We're
not to do it
laughing,
again
man.
is a reprimand.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be verbal. It doesn't have to be written down for it
Well,
to be a reprimand.
in my world, a reprimand is written. So
Well, that's because you're technical when you want to be. Other
no,
times you're not.
reprimands are written in the workplace. But again,
No,
it's all right. We're
no,
wasting
no,
time
you-
arguing over the word reprimand.
You could be. Was it over in Britain? You get two. Was it one verbal and two written reprimands before you actually get pushed out the door?
Now that's interesting because in my world, a warning is different from a reprimand. That's why I'm like, we're wasting too much time. It's a technical that's gonna. Oh my god, this will go into the twilight zone so fast. It's bad.
Yep,
Yeah, no,
because
we ain't gonna go there.
Rogelio loves to be technical.
I follow the rules.
Excuse me, I had to clear my throat there for a second.
Of course you did.
It's not my fault that HR didn't know the rules. They're much better at it now. I will give it to them.
Oh, you think so, huh?
Oh, Marty has gone silent. Why?
That
Because
worries
he has
me.
something to do.
I thought he was going to comment on the Schleffler thing, but anyway. NorCal Girl, did you have any comments on that one?
Basically, you guys pretty much covered it. The body cam should have been on the second he stepped out of the car. The whole thing, as far as his, yeah, he should have been fired after the donuts thing. That was sheer stupidity.
But he's a good old boy.
it-
He's just having some fun down in Alabama.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, but I somehow don't think he had 01 on top of the damn car.
yeah. In other words, his last name wasn't the Duke's Boys. So, but no, pretty much everything that you guys said. It will be more interesting the more this gets dug into, because there's going to be a lot of peeling back the layers of why the camera didn't catch it. Why was the body cams not on for a certain amount of time? What was trying to be hid? Why wasn't he fired before for certain things that he should have been after the donuts with the drunk? What else was he doing with the drunk?
Actually, folks, if you look at what he was doing traffic control. That may come under if he's on the perimeter of the incident, he probably wouldn't need to have his camera on.
But he's interacting with people, though. I mean, I know you said San Jose police, but I'm pretty sure the wording is the same across the board. When you're interacting with the public, as you said in your such an elegant speech that you gave, the body cam should be on when you're interacting with someone, and he was interacting with all the drivers.
Therefore, he was technically and officially part of the incident, even though he was only on traffic control. It was part of said incident.
Well, the reason why I said perimeter, again, I don't know how and where it happened. I don't. I do know that one of the things that they said is if you're on the perimeter of an instance, it may not be required. But everything else that you guys are saying follows. So this was just one police department. I appreciate that.
You know what?
Yeah.
What I find interesting though is where's the other body cam
Yeah, was he the only one there?
No, that's just it. I mean, there were multiple police officers there. So where's the other body cam? Because once he starts getting, dragged by the car, as they said he was, other cops were running to help him out. Why aren't their body cam? Where's their body cam footage?
Okay, let me stop you right there. Some agencies have 45-day windows, for lack of a better word, till the body cam footage can be public. So I don't know if that's because it's so recent. Because didn't Big Dog, and when the incident that happened, the video that we saw or that we viewed
Was from the news agency.
right from someone else. Yeah, it wasn't even body cam. So we haven't even seen body cam footage.
No.
I don't know what the policy is down there. I just know that some agencies have 45 days. Maybe that's why we haven't seen that yet.
I know. Is it over here after 31 days? The camera footage is destroyed.
Really? After 31 days, it's destroyed, huh?
Yeah, they don't keep it.
I could see it being destroyed if it's not pertinent to anything. Nothing happened. I could see it being destroyed.
Yeah. I
Because
mean,
just
obviously, if it's pertinent
yeah,
to the ongoing investigation, then yes, I suppose they would or could retain it. But
Yeah.
from what I read in what I could see on the screen there, after 31 days, all body cam footage is erased.
Yeah, I could see that because just the amount of memory storage that you would have to retain, for let's say a year, all the body cam footage, times however many officers there are. I mean, that would be an incredible amount of storage that you would need.
Well,
So I could see
exactly.
after 31 days, if there's no incidents, and you say, toss it or erase it.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you got 20 officers on any particular department, and you've got something like 400 or 500 incidents in 31 days. That's a hell of a load of footage
Yeah.
to be keeping a hold of. You know
I
what mean?
wonder if someone has to review all footage.
Yes.
Well, I suppose it would depend on the incident, wouldn't it? I mean,
Well, no. I said all footage. That could be 8, 10, or 12 hours. Oh, forget if they're on an overtime shift. Someone has to sit down and actually watch that? That's crazy. Think about that. And that's one person. Wow.
But then again, like I said, I think a lot of forces would look at it and say, well, okay, what was that particular incident? For instance, if you've got a fender bender, which is two people are coming together at a T junction or a crossover, and the cop turns up, has a look, and goes, "Yeah, right, fine, you're to blame. I want, he takes his statements and walks away." That camera footage, there's no use keeping it because what's the point?
It depends on the municipality or agency. I imagine that my soon-to-be former employer, knowing the way they are and due to the FISA and all the requests and stuff, I imagine all the footage has to be maintained for a certain amount of time. Folks, a repair record on a vehicle. I know this is just a document, but to show you the anality requirement in our society here in the United States, a repair record has to be available for 2 years after the disposition of the record. Meaning, I already sold that vehicle at auction, and that record of the vehicle has to be available for 2 years. That's just a report. I wonder what I'm sorry?
I said I could see that.
Yeah, I wonder what the retentions are for a video for law enforcement. Wow, that's a good question.
I think once again it comes across as if was there an incident. If there's no incident, there's no reason to keep it.
Yeah, that would be my outlook on it.
And I'm pretty sure if the person that has to review it, I mean, there are people that are able to speed through and retain, what they're looking at to see if there was an incident or not. So, I mean, I don't think you're going to have someone sitting there for a 12-hour shift watching every second of it. I'm pretty sure it gets sped through, and then when something pops up, then they'll flag it or whatever. But I'm pretty sure it's not being watched at regular speed.
I would say personally, you would probably find that they would get hold of the officer's notebook that he's written down, and they would look at the notebook and say, well, okay.
If there's an incident, then they'll go looking for it. Yeah.
This guy attended a fender bender at the crossroads Right, he turned up at 12:35. Camera was activated. He took 2 statements from the 2 people involved. They take the camera footage. They have a look at it and go, well, there's nothing there.
Well, that's the body cam stuff.
Yeah, so you just
Yeah.
ping and that's it. It's
So
gone. There's no need to retain.
it would be off all other times.
Yeah.
There, I had suggested on the camera from the car, does anyone actually look at that? That's why I was curious. Because that one is recording.
The car camera.
That's the one that's recording effectively 24 hours.
Yeah.
Police officers, maybe sheriff's deputies, have been fired because they've tried to break into the memory system of the vehicle, or they try to tamper it or even destroy it. That's happened. So
Well, you
body
can only
cam footage is activated when there's an incident and then
Mhm.
turned off after. That's easy. You just have to review the footage for that particular incident. But I was saying, I wonder if someone actually looks at the video on the car stuff. That's
I
what I was
think I,
thinking.
I think it'd be the same thing. If there's an incident, they would look at it. If there's no incidents, say you're the officer, Raj, and you have a 10-hour shift, and you have you have no incidents. You didn't stop anybody. You didn't give any tickets out. It was just a boring day. I doubt, according to your notes that you turn in every day, they're going to look at it and say, "Oh, there was no incidents. There's no reason to even look at body camera. I mean, your car footage.
no.
If you had no incidents, then why even bother?"
Well, yeah, exactly. Why even bother to retain it? It's just a boring day of a car driving around the streets.
And I'm pretty sure it happens to a lot of officers out there
Oh yeah.
where
Well,
they don't where they
this
don't do
is
anything.
what I will tell everyone, and I tell coworkers and I tell everyone else. Everything is recorded. The only reason why they're going to look is if you give them reason to look. That's what I tell everyone. If you're on the internet, understand it's recorded. Don't give them reason to look. So if they're going to look, they're going to look no matter what. So, wow, that's crazy. Well, it's one of those things. It does vary from municipality to municipality, folks. But as the people here on this program have said, why wasn't it on? We'll see. Well, it was reported that the camera was not on, but we need to know the disclosure time because it's been what, 2 weeks now, guys, that this happened.
About that.
That, yeah. Gotta be
So
at least that.
if it's 45 days, then we still have about 30 days to go to actually see. And then, believe it or not, they're not going to release it unless they just choose to release. Someone has to put in a request. The media has probably done so. They're usually much smarter, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I'd be honest. I can't see any of the agencies, news agencies, giving up the possibility of seeing camera footage of the arrest of that golfer. If they can get hold of it, they'll want it to see what the score is. If they either to verify what the police officer is saying or verify what the golfer is saying, they'll want to know either way. So you can guarantee somebody in one of the news agencies is sitting there trying to work out when they can get hold of the damn footage, if this footage is to be had.
TMZ's on it.
You reckon?
Oh yeah.
That might have been a little bit of sarcasm. That was funny.
Yeah.
On both ends. That was good. Ladies and gentlemen, Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. It's 9:24 a.m. Pacific time. It is May 25th, 2024. It is Memorial Day weekend in the United States of America. So for some people, it's a 3-day. For some people, it's a 4-day. For some people, it's an eternal holiday. And I don't mean that sarcastically for those that gave their lives.
And for some people, it's no holiday.
And for some people, it is no holiday. That is so right, Big Dog. But it is Memorial Day weekend. And Gridiron Girl, if she's still with us, is in her usual holiday haunt, and that is Laughlin. So good for her. Hope you're having a good time there, young lady. And if you are listening, let us know. So I don't know if anyone else noticed the outline border. We're going to be experimenting with borders or overlays. Well, they're border overlays. So hopefully you like this. Is the first one that we have for Sports Talk with the Guys. We're going to have a few others to maybe lighten it up a little bit or add some color to the programming. We'll see. NorCal Girl, you went off muted. What?
Oh no, I have them mowing lawn next door,
Oh,
which is
go
why
ahead.
I'm muting constantly. So when they're not around, I unmute. Then when they come back, I mute it.
Okay. Big Dog, did you want to get into any story? I don't know if you've brought one yet that you want to talk about.
No, I
Okay.
mean, basketball playoffs are happening. It's been pretty exciting. Dallas is doing very well. The hated ones, unfortunately, are doing well. They should have lost that first game, but the stupid leprechaun was looking upon them, and they lucked out and won it overtime, which I
Folks,
hated.
hold
But
on. Are we talking about Boston? Could we be talking about
uh,
Boston? I'm just curious. Almighty, are we talking about Boston? Okay.
Look at that smile.
I just I just wanted to be certain. I was a little lost on your tirade, Big Dog. We haven't gone over that in a little bit. So how well is Boston doing right now?
they're up 2-0. They should be up 1-1, or they should be
Was,
tied 1-1. But
was Boston the
uh,
home team or were they the visitors in that one? They were the home team,
no,
right?
they're the home team because they
Yeah, okay.
actually had the best record in the NBA.
Yeah.
So, but Indiana had them, and they literally gave the ball away about 7 different times in the last couple of minutes of the game. That was able to get the hated ones to tie it and send it into overtime, and then of course they took over in overtime.
Was that more game 2 or game 1 or both?
That was game one.
Okay,
Game
game
two,
1.
game two they won outright.
Okay.
But game one they should have lost.
What was game 1 like that one moment that Big Dog and I went to go see the Lakers versus San Antonio, and the San Antonio was driving and they were gonna score and the ball went through the Admiral's hands and the Lakers were down by
Okay.
4 points.
You remember that, right?
I remember that, and I told Big Dog
Okay,
Lakers just won.
now do that times 5 in the
Oh,
last minute.
Ooh.
In the
really?
last minute, yes. They literally
Sorry, NorCal Girl.
dribble the ball out of bounds a couple of times.
Jeez.
In the last in fact in the last 30 seconds they dribbled the ball out of bounds twice. And
Sorry.
both times, of course, Boston turned around and scored. So they were up by like 7 with about a minute and a half left. And it ended up going into overtime.
Dude,
and on the flip side,
it was a minute and a
Dallas
half
has
and
been
they
having.
blew?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm asking. I'm like, they blew a 7-point lead with a minute and a half?
Something like that.
Ash, I'm sorry. I know.
I think I heard you screaming all the way up here, Big Dog.
I may have.
Probably. And on the flip side, Dallas and Minnesota, that has been a really good series. And yesterday, in fact, Luka Doncic showed why he should have been the MVP this year. He had a step back 3 with about 2 seconds left for the win.
Oh, who is? I missed the MVP for this year.
It was Joker again.
Oh, okay.
From Denver. Jokic. Jokic won for the 3rd time in the last 4 years.
Wow. Okay,
So
I'd missed that.
I mean, he had an excellent season. I thought Luka played a little bit better because it was between Jokic, Luka, Doncic, and SGA from the Thunder, the kid, who had an excellent season also. But I thought Luka had the better all-around game. But of course, Denver was the 3rd best team, and they got swept out. No, they didn't get swept out, but I mean, Minnesota beat them. But I guess, I mean, Boston's going to be in the Boston will be in the NBA Finals in about another week or so, and I would think their tougher opponent would be Dallas. So, but I will say the problem child. Excuse me. The NBA problem child, Kyrie Irving, ever since he was traded to Dallas, he has let his game do all the talking. He has kept his mouth shut. He has been towing the line. He's been a perfect teammate. So all his past indiscretions, shall we say, that we have talked about many times here on Sports Talk with the guys, have been non-existent in Dallas. So I don't know if it was just he finally got the right teammates, or Mark Cuban put his foot down and said, we're not going to put up with any of your crap. But whatever it is, he has been essentially the perfect teammate for Luka. And he had a very good season. He's having a really good playoff. And he's just keeping his nose down and playing basketball.
Yeah, sarcastically, but did you say Kyrie Irving?
Yes.
Really good, folks. I see Kyrie Irving, and I see a talented football player. I didn't mean that. Talented basketball player. I see a young kid who has the skills. Duh. But the baggage, all the stuff weighs him down.
Yeah. And he has not had any of that in Dallas at all.
And what's happening now, Big Dog? He's doing what?
He's doing extremely well.
Wow. Isn't that crazy?
Yep. So he's letting his ball handling. I mean, I have not heard a single word from him outside of basketball. And none of his flat earth stuff, none of his stupid crap that he was pulling before. When he was in Brooklyn, and when he was in Cleveland, and when he was in everywhere else that he's been. All that stuff that followed him just disappeared when he got to Dallas. Like I said, I don't know if Mark Cuban sat him down, because Cuban, I see Cuban kind of like Pat Riley, where this is how we're going to run the ship. I'm the guy. Yep. I'm not putting up with any of your BS. So I mean, Kyrie might have actually finally been told, hey, shut up and play ball.
Oh, thank you, Big Dog. I kind of use that line. Hey, that's what I told John Rocker, right?
Yep.
I did tell. Shut up, throw strikes, and win games. I did tell.
And not to belittle what you said, but it coming from a person of actual authority.
Yes.
That has control over his job.
Yes.
For someone to actually tell him that is different from a fan telling him that.
I love
But that Pat Riley did that to LeBron James. I've told that story many times when LeBron tried to bring his entourage onto the plane, and Riley's like, no, we ain't pulling that. That doesn't get done here.
I thought he told him, I said, you were told the rules. That's what Riley said, right? You were told.
Yeah,
the
Riley
rules.
told him, this is the players only. Players
You
and coaches
knew
only
this.
play.
You were told this.
Yep. And of course, LeBron chirped back, well, I always bring my entourage with me. No one's ever told me that before. And Riley was, well, okay, well, you're being told that now. Get them off the plane.
I love it.
Like I said, I don't know who talked to Kyrie, whether it was Cuban, whether it was the GM, whether it was the coach, or whoever it is, but or Kyrie maybe self-realization, as thinking to himself, this is my final shot. I've been shopped around. This is like my fifth team. I've had problems everywhere I go. Maybe if I just play ball, let's see what happens with that. And like I said, he's the great number 2 guy to Luka Doncic. I mean, it's worked out.
Oh, absolutely awesome.
Because I really don't, I'd really rather have Dallas or Minnesota be the world champs, because I really don't feel like driving over to Boston and running over Jason Williams or any of those other guys. because I can't have them win the 18th title before the Lakers. I just can't.
Ladies and gentlemen, Big Dog was proverbially talking about MTA, not a personal vehicle. So we just need to make that clear here on the program.
Okay, sure. I'll take over an MTA bus and run them over. That'll work too.
You could get them all in one shot, dude, as opposed to a
Yep.
car. I'm sorry. Actually, you could take the team bus.
Yep.
But anyway,
Yep.
we're being foolish, folks. That's all.
Sure. We're being foolish. Sure.
Yeah. Do we have a quick update, Token Brit? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm giving you a quick update I've got from the football matches, 0-0 at this precise moment.
All right, that's Barcelona and Lyon. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, folks, very quickly in the NHL, we are now in the Western Conference games. Edmonton is up 1-0 over Dallas. Funny. And in the Eastern Conference finals, Florida and New York Rangers are tied 1 game apiece. So they're well on their way, best of 7 in the Stanley Cup. I'm not wearing my Kings jersey. Oh, I'm wearing. Oh no. Oh, I had the Kings
Watch it.
somewhere.
Don't turn your neck so fast.
Yeah, I know, huh? Actually, it didn't hurt on that one, which is good. So, but I'm just so used to feeling it all the time. Anyway, that's a quick NHL. Go ahead, Big Dog.
I was just going to say a quick WNBA note. Caitlin Clark, of course, the Indiana Fever, made her debut here in Los Angeles yesterday as the Indiana Fever took on the LA Sparks, who were 2-4, and Caitlin Clark's Indiana team were 0-5, had yet to win a game yet. And of course, everybody wants to see Caitlin Clark. So for the first time ever in the history of the LA Sparks, it was a complete sellout at the Crypt. Over 19,000 people showed up to watch the game yesterday.
That's because the Lakers aren't in the playoffs.
That is true.
That's funny.
And
they had the money to spend.
Yeah. And of course, the Sparks were the first win for the Indiana Fever. So I was hoping that wouldn't happen, but I figured it would.
Win? They finally won the game. They finally won the game.
The Indiana Fever finally won a game. Caitlin Clark had like 15 points, 10 assists, 8 rebounds. She had a couple of Steph Curry shots.
I did see the opener for the Fever, so I did see her first game.
Okay. So they were interviewing all kinds of kids yesterday. They were, fans. They were split pretty much down the middle where they wanted Caitlin Clark. They wanted to see Caitlin Clark because of all the hype, but of course they were Sparks fans, so they wanted Sparks to win. But like I said, the Sparks ended up losing by like 5 or 7. So, but it was good to see that, she's able to bring that kind of crowd into NBA games. Because even the coach talked about, the coach of the LA Sparks talked about it. He said, for the first time since he's been coaching, he said the top tier was actually open and full. He said they never opened that top tier up at all, ever. Yeah.
So, I think they had the same, I think they've been doing the same everywhere she's gone.
Yeah.
Selling out. So, I mean.
Good.
So she is bringing excitement back, to the game. And earlier I did bring up that they are expanding to Toronto next season. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
And we did talk briefly about Caitlin Clark earlier.
If I did not know about yesterday's game, I didn't know she played, but good news there, Big Dog. I guess but I still don't see Indiana, firing up the standings, but Caitlin should will bring interest to the team. And like I mentioned before, I think at one point she will be, lead that team to the playoffs finally. So we'll see. But it's good news that they sold out there, though. That's just more income for your home team, the Sparks, that you follow. I know religiously.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, when it comes to basketball on that front, I follow the Sparks a lot more than the Big Dog does. I will comment a lot more on the WNBA than the Big Dog does. Big Dog famously said that's not a league. So,
So
No, I never said that. No, that didn't. No. That no,
dude,
they play.
every time I would bring up the WNBA, dude, this has been for years.
They're
You're wasting
they're
time.
not
It's
as
not a league.
they're not as exciting as the NBA, but they play better fundamental ball than the NBA.
Are we echoing words that were said earlier, folks? It just goes to show you. So there's stuff to watch in the WNBA. It's just
Oh, definitely.
It's just as I commented earlier. Unfortunately, the NBA needs an Allen Iverson. That would be entertaining.
I mean, it's frustrating to watch the NBA. Right now, the playoffs are great because they're playing real basketball again. But during the regular season, there is so much traveling. There is so much carrying the ball over. There's so many 3-second violations. It's just incredible the stuff that they do not call anymore. I don't know how many times, watching Laker games, I saw LeBron take like 8 steps and they didn't call it. And he missed a shot. And then he complained that he got hurt, that he got hit.
He always complains that he gets hit. So.
Oh, I know. I've always complained about that.
That all started when Michael Jordan was taking his 5-foot, takeoff to do his dunk. He'd start at the top of the key and just keep running, and then finally go up in the air. So, but yeah, you're right, Big Dog. They just don't call what they used to. So.
Yeah, I just saw an eye roll by NorCal girl though.
I was eye rolling because I thought they were done mowing the lawn and they started again.
Tell those Mexicans to get back to work.
She wasn't eye rolling at you, Big Dog.
I just thought she let one loose and I was going to ignore it. So.
Oh, that's what it probably could have been.
And then she blames on the cows.
Hey, anime girl, don't shake your head. There was a slight little crack on the lip. There it is. Even you laughed.
Yep.
So
I'm keeping my eye on the score. Nothing's happening.
So, okay. Well, that's good news, Big Dog. I didn't know. I didn't keep track. I didn't see any of the news today, but I'm glad that things worked out for that. She's actually, the Sparks.
She got her first win.
Yeah, but I mean that's a lot of income if they sold the top tier out too. I mean, and plus concessions. So yeah.
Does it work in the NBA and the WNBA that Big Dog? In baseball, the grandstand or the fans, they split the tickets in baseball.
They do the split. I'm trying to remember what the percentage is for the away team.
Okay.
I believe it's 35 or 40%.
Oh,
for the away team.
Because in baseball,
it's not a 50-50 split.
No,
I know that.
Neither in the NFL is it a 50-50. I think it's more of a 40-60 or something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So they don't split 50-50, but they do split the ticket sales. But then with the prices that they have, I guess it's not a big deal. That's the prices that they have to pay to get in. So.
Yeah, folks, I was shocked. The San Diego Padres for tonight's game with the Yankees, standing room seat. It's a $97. Wow.
Yeah,
just to be in the section for standing. I was able to find 2 seats for $200 and some, and I had to buy 2. So it was like $450 just for the ticket before the fees. Unreal. And
fees are so outrageous now.
And for tomorrow also, the tickets were ridiculous.
So you're going to the game, Raj?
No, it's actually they're both almost sold out in San Diego.
Oh, I thought the way you were talking, I thought you bought 2 tickets for $400.
No, I was saying that's what they were, and I'm not. No,
I was gonna say
No.
you're really desperate to see your Yankees.
As a matter of fact, no, I have MLB TV. Thank you very much. So I'm watching the games. I'm very
Well, you
happy.
get to watch it. No, yeah, you can still sit at the comfort of your own home. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yes, and that's the one good thing about MLB TV is I get to see everyone. And when I had the full cable, when I had basic cable, I had the Spectrum, so I had Dodgers, Angels all the time. But I dropped the cable just because it got to be ridiculous.
You cut the cord.
I did. We have internet still, but cut the cord.
Right.
It was way too much. It was for basic cable service and internet. Sorry, big dog. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your
It was
thought.
$240 a month. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, sounds about
It's
right.
absolutely ridiculous.
So yesterday's game at the crypt, the attendance was 19,103.
That's nice.
Yep.
Before you joined us, big dog, we were talking about Caitlin, and we were basically musing on the fact that so many people are giving her grief. So many people are writing this poor girl, and she's only so few games into this. She hasn't been talking. She doesn't have an attitude, and it's just a shame that there are so many people are after her and ripping this lady in the blogosphere, and it's ridiculous.
The sad thing is a lot of the blogosphere are giving her a hard time because she's white, and they're saying that is the only reason why the hype is so big, is because she is what a lot of people I've seen her referred to as the Larry Bird of the WNBA.
Well, I was going to bring that up earlier. Thank you, Big Dog, for doing that. But I knew that most of the comments were coming from African American players
Yes.
that I saw
Yes.
love, but I didn't know if that was. I didn't want to. I mean, thank you, Big Dog, for having the dog
Yeah.
balls to bring that up.
Okay, Mijo?
I backed down. But so I didn't want to make it, but I guess you're right, Big Dog. It could be a racial thing because there are black stars in the WNBA, but they're not getting
Oh,
as
of course.
much attention as the white
Yeah.
woman. You're right; they just started.
Most of the stars are black.
Exactly.
And that's just a fact of life, which is fine. But at the same time, don't detract from her that she is a spectacular player who has skills.
Right.
Just
By the way, is talented.
yeah, exactly. And just like Larry Bird back in the day, a lot of people gave him grief because he was a white guy. But he had the skills. I mean, I hate the fact he was a Celtic, but I always respected what he could do on that damn court because the man was, incredible.
Larry
And Caitlin
Bird was real in that.
Yeah,
I'm
and-
sorry, big dog.
Caitlin Clark, I mean, she has the skills. I mean, we all see the shooting prowess that she has. She has Steph Curry range. As soon as she crosses the half court line, she's deadly. And that's just, that's just a fact. And, you get these type of players that come along every 20, 30 years that doesn't matter, what color they are, they just have the skills. And she's got the skills. And the fact that she's bringing in people. So to me, it's a win-win because the WNBA needs this. I mean, the WNBA, if it isn't for the money that the NBA gives them, they probably wouldn't exist because their budget, if I'm not mistaken, either 50% or just over 50% of their budget, it comes from the NBA to help facilitate them staying in business.
Right.
And the other
I didn't
50%
know
is
that
from the
much,
owner.
Big Dog.
I've never heard of the WNBA being profitable.
Exactly.
They're close, but
Yeah, they're
I
getting
have never
closer.
heard them be profitable.
Yep.
And it's a shame because, as I mentioned before, the big dog was here and echoed by the big dog later. The women's basketball, they're playing fundamental ball. That might be the boring aspect of it, but when you look at what they do, they're playing the game. And that's why I sarcastically said they may need an Allen Iverson to create stuff. Caitlin is not. And look, she is this year's rookie. Last year's rookie was impressive with the women's league, and the year before. But
Oh,
we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So anyway,
exactly.
congratulations to the NBA. Congratulations to Caitlin that she won her first game, and she doesn't need our help. I commented earlier, hey, she's the one that's got to go and face up with those women and fight them on the court. She's got enough problems. So those are some big girls that she's going up against too. So it's going to be
And
handled
she,
on the court.
yeah, and she's doing well. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you would consider her medium height since she's 6 feet tall.
Wow.
There
Yeah.
there are the anomalies in WNBA where they're 6'7" or 6'8", but that is far and few in between. Most of the girls are between 5'10" to about 6'3", maybe 6'4".
Yeah.
Other than that, you don't get too many girls taller than that are playing in the WNBA. So she's in the middle of the pack. She's holding her own. I'm pretty sure there's players out there that are gonna teach her a lesson. As they do in the NBA also. When you get the rookie, with all the hype and stuff, and you throw the little shoulder in there to get them on the ground. And it happens across all the board, across baseball, football, hockey, basketball. You have to earn your way into the pros. That's just
You
a
have to
fact of
you
life.
have to pay your dues.
You have to
Yep.
pay your dues,
Yeah.
but it's how much
It's
she's
not as
going.
it's not as bad as it used to be though.
That is true.
No, it's not.
You guys just look at videos from the 1980s and 90s of Major League Baseball plays at second base. That should tell you. I remember those plays, and I was losing my mind on some of them. But anyway, the
I, I,
they're gonna indoctrinate. But how much she pays is directly proportional to how much she talks, and she hasn't been talking. So yeah,
no,
they're going to give her grief. She's going to get. That's what I said earlier. She's going to have to go up against them, but it can't get a word. And
she's doing it the right way. Let's put it that way.
and that's probably why there's a bit of jealousy because the other people have not. There's
Yeah,
some of that.
she's doing it the right way, where she's letting her athleticism speak for her on the court. She's not talking trash. She's just going out there and doing her job.
And when
And
she was in
you can't.
college, she never did that either.
Nope, nope. And that's why they're talking about that other girl that she went up against that they ended up beating this year, but lost to the last year.
Hmm.
I can't remember the girl's name off the top of my head, but she's also in the NBA now. I think she was a third or fourth pick, because that was another thing. Yesterday's game, why it was so significant. Not only was it Caitlin Clark, who was the number one pick, but she was going up against the number two pick, which the Sparks had. And I believe that girl's forward. I think she's like 6'4" or 6'5",
Yeah.
and she's been playing okay. Yeah. So that was a big thing too, because it was a matchup between the number one and number two players that were picked.
Hey guys, remind me, is IndyCar at the raceway, the famous? Are they at the Brickyard this weekend?
Indy,
Yeah, IndyCar.
let me check.
I thought they went during Memorial Day weekend. I could be wrong about that.
Right. I thought it was, and I'm just curious. Um,
I'm
it
I'm
is.
looking.
It is, folks. I got a big dog. Thank you. We are having the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. It is at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on May 26th, which will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. So that's cool. It's on NBC, Peacock, Universal, Live, and Sirius XM. So it is Brickyard. They're having their big race. That is cool. I wish I would have kept it. I had Scuttlebutt on several of the drivers talking about why they're having the Indy 500 on Memorial Day weekend. And I wish I would have saved it. I was so disgusted after reading it. Said these are the drivers themselves belly aching. Well, it was one or two. Sorry, it was one or two belly aching about the Brickyard on Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, it was
So
ridiculous.
was it? Were they against having it on this weekend?
Yeah, that there's no reason why they should be. I got the gist that there was no reason for them to even be playing a Memorial Day weekend or driving Memorial Day weekend. It was stupid, dude. That's why I got so frustrated in the article. I was so angry I didn't save it. I was like, I can't believe these idiots are saying that.
But they know what that. But they should know that when they're going in, that they're going to. I mean, it's tradition, and it's hard to keep. That's not. That's like a bad word these days, tradition. But that's like you said, 108 years, my friend.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about the fight that happened
No, we did not. Please,
with NASCAR?
no.
So Ricky
And guess who
Steinhaus
was
Jr.
involved? He who shall not be named.
Yep, Ricky Steinhaus Jr. Was fined by NASCAR for the Kyle Busch fight. Um, from the videos that I saw, it looked like Kyle Busch went up to Ricky Steinhaus Jr. and was accusing him, I guess, of bumping him. I didn't watch the race, so I don't know if there was a crash that was involved because of the supposed bump. But Ricky Steinhaus was saying you could hear him in the video saying, "I didn't come near you, I didn't touch you," and they kept going back and forth. And then Ricky Steinhaus just cuts loose, and there was an actual fight. But Ricky Steinhaus was fined $75,000 by NASCAR
That's a
on
lot.
Wednesday
Yep.
for fighting with Kyle Busch after the All Star race at North Wilkesboro Speedway. The $75,000 fine was the largest ever handed down by NASCAR for fighting. Steinhaus's father, Ricky Steinhaus Sr., who joined the fracas, was suspended indefinitely. Bush, asshole, I'm sorry. Sorry, that slipped out.
Say it like it is, big dog. Say it like it is.
Bush was not, let's see where, Bush was not penalized for his action in the Sunday night race. The two tangled on the first lap, and then Bush seemed to deliberately wreck Steinhaus on the second lap. Steinhaus parked his damaged Chevrolet in Bush's pit stall and aggressively climbed the spotter's ladder and exchanged words with members of Bush's crew. Steinhaus then stormed into his hauler, leaving his car to be towed to the pits. He foreshadowed that he would be back after the race to confront Bush. The two did exchange brief words before Steinhaus, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, landed a right hook on Bush, and the melee broke out involving members of both teams. Steinhaus's father, who had no affiliation with the team, then went after Bush, throwing punches. NASCAR on Wednesday also suspended Steinhaus mechanic Clint Myrick for 8 races and engine tuner Keith Matthews for 4 races. Steinhaus, in the fight, vowed to wreck Bush this Sunday during the Coca-Cola 600 at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. "Bring it," said Bush. I suck as bad. I suck as bad as you," implying that both drivers are not having great seasons. Neither driver has won a race this season. Bush, in his 13th, is 13th in points, and Steinhaus, a one-car team, is 26th. Bush's car owner isn't taking that threat from Steinhaus lightly. However, Rich Childress vowed to fight Steinhaus himself if he goes near Bush's car at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Oh, that'd be interesting. The Coca-Cola 600 is the longest Cup Series race on the schedule. There will also be plenty of times for Bush and Steinhaus to meet up on the 1.5-mile track, no doubt. We'll be keeping an eye on the feuding drivers.
Thank you, Big Dog. I need to interrupt her now, folks. We are down to 1 minute on this program, and I just want to remind everyone the reason why I'm trying to keep episodes to be specifically hourly or every 30 minutes is I know the audience is very small, but in 2025, the chances of us going to a TV network are 70%, where you will be able to find programming from NDB Media through TV Startup. You'll be able to find us on Roku, Fire TV, Android TV, iPhone, and Android. Now, this is a tease that I'm getting out right now. We're now over. We're now going in, and this was really going to start in June when I was going to be telling everyone that we need to keep everything under the hour or the 30-minute mark because it's much easier to do programming. But I am letting it slip out. I am in conversations with TV Startup right now, and we are looking to have our material be on major platforms. So that's why I am trying to get as much programming as I've been trying to get over the years. And I wanted to spill the news right now deliberately at the very end because I don't want people to hold stuff against me. But I am looking to start. Our real startup will probably be almost a year from today. And our material will be in the same manner that you can go to Roku and choose Paramount Plus. You would basically be able to choose NDB Media. That's what we're going for. So I'm letting it slip right now. We've been working on it. You see, we just lost LinkedIn because LinkedIn is 4 hours. So there's a lot of things that's why I try to keep Sports Talk with the guys at 4 hours now. But it is what it is. And I try to always put the announcement on LinkedIn just before we lose it. But there's a maximum on LinkedIn 4 hours. But just FYI, this is news to everyone. No one in the network knows this, but I've been working on it for a while, and I wanted to give the tease out right now. I just got the email response from TV Startup. Holy crap. This is getting closer than I ever thought it would be. This is serious, folks. So Anime Girl, knowing your comment about what someone said before about being on TV, it may be more real than you care to admit. It's going to take a little bit, but anyway.
She always.
So when does the makeup person come in to take care of us?
There's no makeup person needed. It's just
We're that ugly. We're that ugly, huh? Can't be helped, huh?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
No, it is us. It is who we are, and we're moving forward. There are people who are interested, and we're looking to folks. There are YouTube channels. There are Twitch TV channels that are what they are, but they're there. You cannot reach them on Apple. You cannot reach them on Fire. You cannot reach them on the Roku. I have 2 goals for next year. Number 1 is to be on the aforementioned stuff. And the other one is, I'm trying to remember.
Stay alive?
I'm going to, what?
Nothing.
The other one is Nebula. They're very difficult to get on.
She's a good character in Marvel.
No, this is a channel on available on the internet. So if we can get on Nebula, and then we can get on the other stuff that we're working, it's going to change everything, which is really exciting. So that's why I've been harping on keeping the programs at the hour and the 30-minute mark.
Do we get the Pornhub channel too?
Nope.
Oh,
you've got to find it on your own.
Nebula kind of gaseous.
It's funny that you went like that we had to find it on our own. It's funny that you did that. But
I was shaking the pen.
That was a Freudian slip, I guess.
Oh, clearly. I was trying to get the pin to go. So when I did that, yeah.
Yeah.
Anime Girl, you said something?
I said Nebula, isn't that kind of gaseous or something?
That also, yes.
There's no doubt that you and Big Dog are clearly catching the full drift of this. And I am ever so impressed that your skill at getting that is.
It's either that or they're related.
Ew.
Well, we're all related. You know, we're all related eventually.
Well, let's be honest. This little crew here is kind of an adopted family for each and every one of us.
Oh yeah, but I was just gonna say we're almost like a joke. We're almost like the beginning of a joke. You know, a Mexican and a Brit walk into a bar. You just kind of go from there.
Yeah. And in this case, it's a Mexican, a Brit, and an American. You
All
got
right.
three.
Who's the Mexican?
Says
I don't know.
Mr.
We have the cow farmer, so I don't know.
Queen of the herd, and then
A cow farmer.
we have the divine aspect in here. Don't worry, Almighty, you are not being ignored. And how apropos that you would end up being the divine one. Whatever.
Yeah, then you got the village
Yeah, he
idiot.
came through a
And I
mirror
don't care.
universe.
Wait, who's the village idiot? That would be me.
That would be me.
Oh no.
I don't care. The token Brit's an idiot. She don't know what is in Britain.
I do like the token Brit line. That one is funny. I'm sorry, Ash.
Scorekeeper, you need to reach out to our long lost little brother to come back on the show. I keep reaching out to him, and he never
Who?
comes.
Who?
I tell him we miss him, and he needs to come on, and it's falling on deaf ears. So maybe you can reach out to him.
What, you
Who
mean
are we talking
Speedy?
about?
Well, yeah. Who's our long lost younger brother, our little brother?
Little Speedy.
Yeah, of course.
So what did you guys
Well,
do to him when I was gone?
I guess Scorekeeper doesn't feel that he's family, so okay. Our long lost religious person.
Well, we got Speedy. We got the Dream. He hasn't been around for a wee while either.
Well, Dream, he works on Saturday mornings, so that can't be helped anymore.
Yeah.
His hours shifted, so I think he says he goes in at, I think he said 8 or 7 or something like that. He goes in early on Saturdays.
And then we got the Philly special. We're gonna need him more and more.
Well, he's on at several times because of his
well, he's pressing that nuclear button, so
and
he's like Homer Simpson. He's like Homer Simpson.
Yeah, and we've got the one person that Roger
He's afraid of. He's afraid of
Jay, the engineer.
Oh yeah.
What about
I was thinking Tanya.
Yeah.
I was thinking Tanya that he's afraid of.
I was thinking Tony too.
You think I'm afraid of Jay? I'm taller than him. I thought he was taller than me. And now when I stood up next to the picture when he came over for Thanksgiving, not this last year but the year before, I noticed I'm like, I'm taller than you. That changes everything, Jay. And then I'm older than you. That definitely changes everything, Jay. I respect and admired you.
But he's heavier than you, so he could sit on you.
I don't know if he's heavier anymore. He's
he is.
Yeah, athletic
No,
stuff.
he communes with the grass, so he can't be that heavy.
I don't know.
Well,
Jay, do you want to stand up for your honor?
He takes those foot pics, for his OnlyFans.
Yeah.
So,
for the love of God.
No comment on that one.
He has yet to deny it.
I ain't commenting on that one. And we're still at 0-0 with FC Barcelona and Olympique Lyon. It's still 0-0.
Wow. A boring game. Is that now, would you consider that a boring game, or do you like the higher scoring games or the 0-0 stuff?
Rather depends on what the action is on the field. If the action is end to end and you've got good attack and good defense, then a 0-0 game can be very exciting. Because you're waiting for the one break where the attacking side breaks that defense and you're waiting for it. So in some cases, a 0-0 game can be a better game than a high-scoring game.
Yeah.
High-scoring game, you think, here we go, another bloody goal. So you just sit
There is one video out there that I watch that pops up every so often, and there's like a, not a skirmish, but they're fighting for the ball in midfield, and the one guy breaks free, and he's on a breakaway all on his own, and he gets past the goalie. The goalie's out about maybe 20 yards past the goal. He gets by the goalie, and he sets up and he kicks, and he's already cheering, and the ball goes over the goalpost.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he just can't believe it. And he had a wide open shot, and he just blew it.
Yeah, you would not believe how often that happens. You really would not believe how often you get the striker gets past the goalie and he thinks, open goal, I've got this. and he
Yep.
gives it, as we say over here, he gives it some welly. The problem is, he gives it some welly, and the ball, if he's playing American football, he'd score. If he was playing
Yeah.
rugby, he would score. But he's not. He's playing soccer, and he don't score because it just goes right over the goal.
Yep.
And you think, what a pillock. But it happens. But then again, you also get the lucky one that within, 20 seconds of the whistle blowing, gets the ball,
Yeah.
makes a break, and instant, he's got a goal. And you think, where the bloody hell did you come from? You know, who put a rocket up your ass? Jesus H. But he's gone. So, as I said, with this 0-0 game, I mean, this is the final. Oh, it depends on what they're doing on the field. If they're really playing end to end, then it probably is a very exciting game. I mean, what we got here is it really tell me what they're doing. Sometimes it actually gives you, no, it's not going to tell me. It's not going to tell me.
Well, while you're doing that, here's I want to give you a quick idea. Our startup licensing for Apple TV is $2,500. The Roku is $18.99.
Wow.
Wonder why they have a supreme opinion of themselves. If you have Netflix and you see how Netflix is set up, that's the way our program would be set up, our channel. Isn't that crazy? It's Netflix style. We've been trying to build up inventory, folks. We'll talk about the language issue later. But
Yeah, that's where we're going to have to.
yeah, frankly, there's some episodes that are never going to be able to be on. You know.
Yeah,
So.
no way.
No.
Yeah,
Really?
well, you know.
You think?
But that's why there'll be some stuff coming out in June that we'll be talking about. But yes, that's the hope in moving forward. That's always been the goal, and now we're getting closer. We're adding additional programming and stuff. So that's one reason why Liz, for one, she was cajoled into coming on and doing what she was doing. So.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it cajoled. I'd call kicking and screaming.
Are we going to get videos of you milking a cow, maybe?
It depends how
No!
it depends how desperate. We may have our own Discovery series where
There
we
you go. See,
milking cows, and then
you
we're
can
gonna
you can
have petting pussy cats on our lap.
you can give a tutorial on how to milk a cow.
It's not that hard.
No, we're
That's
talking
what she
about
said.
cow.
Well, you got to catch the
Unfortunately.
damn
I know
cow
enough
first.
other things too. Thank
Okay,
you.
this is what I'm talking about. We already went down the gutter in like 3 seconds. All right,
No,
so
I said you got to catch cow. Catch cow. Catch cow.
I was
Just
talking
real
about
quick.
cows and goats.
okay, very good.
Uh,
So you do
dirty
goats as well.
minds.
Okay, let's avoid the goats. Big dog.
This was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if anybody covered this, but
Probably not.
the NCAA said could pay a over $2.7 billion.
Yes, we did. We just spoke of that about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But go
Okay.
ahead. Why don't you share us your thoughts, Big Dog, on that? Because the way I generally left it is I talked about the 5 issues with it, and there are things that still need to be resolved because the Pac-12 is part of this settlement, and there is basically no more Pac-12.
I was about to say the Pac-12 pretty much dissipated after this year, this season.
Yeah, and there are some outstanding issues still. So please, Big Dog, carry on.
No. You guys already covered it. That's fine.
No. I bored the crap
I've had
out of
these
them.
notes. I've had these notes for a couple of weeks now.
No, please. Well,
'Cause this
share
is-
what you were thinking about it and your commentary about it. It's
Oh,
worthy.
You know me and NCAA. I
No, I
could
don't
give
know
a
you.
shit. You know I don't care about NCAA.
Oh, you see, we lost this episode just for that right now.
Well, I mean, I have made my feelings known for years on how the NCAA treats their athletes and how much literal billions of dollars that they have made off of the backs of these athletes across the board. That these kids aren't compensated for, other than getting an education, so to speak. Um, but as far as now, you guys are all more college oriented than I am. The Pac-12, is that gone across the board or just in football? Or is there still a Pac-12 in basketball and in baseball? Or is the Pac-12 just gone? Period.
As far as I know, the Pac-12 is just gone in.
NFL.
No. I think every sport has to follow suit with the football
Oh,
program.
okay.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they all can't just be. I could be wrong about that, but it makes sense that they'd want everybody coming on board, so they would have all the teams in
I
that
get you.
same conference,
Okay.
or whatever you would have it.
Yeah.
And last I heard, there was just one team left. I don't know if they've left yet or not, but you're right.
Was that
But still,
Stanford?
even though the Pac-12 is gone, there's still, like Roger mentioned, it goes back to 16, so there are still players
Yeah.
that belong to the 12 that would get payment back then. And I do know that the NCAA still wants Congress to pass, legislation to get it back to where students are just there to get diplomas and not get money. So they are still trying to get antitrust exemption, even though this won't go into effect until next year.
Yeah.
All the lawyers get everything settled and everything else done. So I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know how long term it's going to be, or if this is just a Band-Aid just to move on from other lawsuits, from all these lawsuits that are going against the NCAA, which right now still stands for the Nazi Communist Athletic Association. But just think, if the NCAA would accept payment for players, then I could change it to the National Capitalist Athletic Associations. But I can't do that yet until we know where the final how this works. So, but anyway, we'll find out. And as far as and the thing is, not everybody's going to get. I don't know if just the players that get their names and pictures, their names and likenesses, if they're the only ones that get paid, or how far the payment scale goes. I mean, well, women that play badminton get any kind of money. You know what I mean?
Here's the article again. It's in the chat room for the co-host. I'm going to put it in there again.
Well,
and then Big Dog may have another story on it.
Into specifics. That's why I'm asking how far
Yeah.
who gets paid and if everybody gets a payday. I know that mostly the students that get that were, and how it works now, it seems like the students that their likenesses are used get the money. I mean, and as you know,
so essentially right now, the ones that get money would be the top tier players.
Yeah. And also with them getting paid, that also affords these players not having to come out early or for the draft for the NFL. They could use that extra year of eligibility to make money, right? Instead of coming out. And so this does afford some of these athletes the opportunity not to just come out because they need the payday. You know what I mean there, people?
Yeah.
Now, unless the Big Dog has something different, in the article that I was reading, that issue about the likeness has not been determined yet. And that's part of the thing. In the article that we were talking about earlier, there were 5 things that still needed to be resolved. So that's why I invite the audience to check out what is on that article. That's why the link is there. And then you can determine if you want to go there or not, because there were several other issues that were mentioned there. So, Big Dog, I don't know if that has the same thing in the article that you were reading, but
Pretty
it
much,
talks about 5 things that are missing. And if I'm not mistaken, the likeness has yet to be resolved, and it's going to be. And the judge has to accept it. The
you're right there.
Colleges have to accept it. And then there's all the other things, because, folks, again, even though I've been called an idiot on many things, but on this one, I've always said the scholarship first and foremost is going to be the issue. This is public money that is given to these kids. So it's I always said, hey, if these kids want to get paid, dump the scholarship. I said that earlier. You want to earn all the money you want being at a college, which the taxpayers are paying for your education, no problem. Dump your scholarship. And the minute you start asking these kids, they're like, they pucker up quicker than you can. Like, well, you can't have it both ways. So there's still a lot of
So
issues that need to be resolved.
I have a stupid question. Um, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny or anything. I genuinely don't know. So that's why I'm asking you guys, all of you guys. Private schools such as USC or any of the other private schools that are out there that give out scholarships, is that public money or does that come from the college? I truly do not know. That's why I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a stupid question or I'm just an idiot or whatever, but
It's not. But this
private
is
private schools, when they give a scholarship, is that public money?
no. A private school is funded through just
That's
tuition
what I
and
figure.
donors.
So
This is mostly
what
for the schools
scorekeeper?
these are for state schools that are funded through the state.
No, that part I understand, but
Okay.
scorekeeper saying, that it's public money. But if you're going to a private school such as SC or whatever other private schools that are out there that give out scholarships, then it's not public money. It's school money.
Right. That's
So
why there was a separate sentence that said that Notre Dame accepted these terms too. Because Notre
okay,
Dame is not a state school.
yeah.
So Notre Dame did also agree to this settlement. But that's not a stupid question, but you're right, it's a private school, so there should be no state funding at all because
See, now I could see scorekeeper's side saying, if you're gonna earn money from your likeness, then you should give up your scholarship. And I think that would be fine if what you're earning is going to be more than what the scholarship is. So, if you're going to earn, if you're going to be able to, say you're, what's his face from SC that just got drafted #1 in football.
Caleb?
SC made millions of dollars off this kid, off of his likeness and his jersey and everything else that he doesn't get paid for. If he were to get, say, 10% of that, of course, that would outweigh what SC paid him in a scholarship to go there if he got a scholarship.
Right.
Well,
So I could see them say,
reading this here,
But
it says here, students may be eligible for scholarship, lowering the tuition fee, depending on a student's talents or ability. Sports scholarships, art scholarships, academic scholarships, the need for financial aid and or tax credit scholarships might be available. And roughly 1 in 10 US families have chosen to enroll their children in private schools. There you go. That's how it works out according to this.
yeah, but my point is more towards the athlete because an academic scholarship, you're not going to use their likeness for really anything. Or, an artistic scholarship, same thing. Whereas an athletic scholarship, like I said, if you're the #1 pick or top 10 pick or whatever, the school makes, millions of dollars off of them. So, scorekeeper wants to say something, I think.
Yeah, but I was waiting for you to finish. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I want to clarify my stance also. Everything that is said, there was nothing for me to say. I'm listening, but I want to add now that my argument was that about 10, 15 years ago, players need to be paid. And we had the whole thing that happened up in Michigan where they'd actually established a union, which was unreal. That was already all settled. That was all done. But players want to be paid. to go to school. And if they were going to be playing for this university, they wanted money now. Had nothing to do with their likeness, nothing to do with their images and stuff like that. That's why I wanted to make clear that that is a separate issue. Because I believe that if a player, remember, now I'm starting to deviate. Big Dog, Almighty, do you guys remember? Because these ladies were not with us. There was a punter that was, I think, with Miami or Florida, that he had done some coursework relate or some science
Oh
work, I
yeah,
believe, that
yeah. I
he
remember that. Yeah,
had done some phenomenal, stuff, and
yeah,
and he used punting, and he was nailed for it because
yeah,
he earned like a few bucks on his Twitter or YouTube or whatever, and he got nailed because he's a football player and he couldn't earn a penny, and yet his
yeah,
was genuinely related to his coursework. And he says, "By the way, I'm a punter, but these are the physics." It was something like some art,
yeah.
something whatever. He got
I
nailed for
can,
it.
yeah,
So, folks, and then I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!" That was separate. I've always believed that if a player can get money on their own, fine. I'm not even talking about autographs. I'm not talking about anything. So I just wanted to remember that and bring that into the fray right now.
yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
My theme has always been, this is not licensing, because I do believe the kids were denied licensing. The colleges got Big Dog. Right before you were on, we talked about 850 million, right, guys? One conference earned last year in 2023, and the other conference earned 820 million. It was SEC in the other one, and whichever order, it doesn't matter.
Big
All
Ten.
real money. Okay,
yeah.
a lot of that is from video games. A lot
Hmm.
of it's from the internet, whatever. And the players were never earning that stuff. So that's even another argument that I'm not even prepared to answer. But my thing was, players were demanding money. One of our esteemed co-hosts many years ago said, "Why is it that these football players are starving when they're in school? Because they can't even have a second job or whatever. They were even denied having the ability to have a job." And he said that they were starving. First of all, there is no such football player that is starving in college. Not going to happen. But okay, that's my esteemed former colleague. My argument has been, they're on a scholarship. They're getting their entire education paid. And now they want to get paid? No. You want to get paid? Dump the scholarship. So I want to keep it narrow. That was always my argument. If you want money now, as in you're doing a job for the college, and rightfully so, there's an argument to make for that. You're getting your money, you're getting your way paid in. You want to get paid? Dump the scholarship. That was my contention, and it's very narrow, and that's it. I know I shot off on a tangent, but I just want to make sure that you guys understand where I'm from, because I have no comment on these kids losing out on money. I really believe they lost out on money on their likenesses. And this goes back to the dawn of video games, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, there are guys in their 30s and 40s, and women, and everyone that has had their likeness stolen because they were in college. That's really unfair, man. But that's beyond me. My argument was always, I want to get paid. Okay, dump your scholarship and you'll get paid. All of a sudden, they pucker up quicker than you can say strawberry jam on a bit of toast.
I like strawberry jam on toast.
So do I.
Yeah.
I get better on scones.
Aw. Almighty, you're twitching there. Is scones or toast?
I don't care.
Bagels?
Ooh.
Sorry.
Yuck.
I
Oh,
violated the trust here. I'm so sorry.
Spread on a woman, but that's a whole nother story. But anyways,
I put three football scores in the private chat for the.
Well, why
I
don't you
saw
give us
that.
the update, please? Please give us the update.
It's three scores you've got is, says she, trying to find the picking scores again. You have
Do we
got
have the music for that? I don't think I've uploaded it
you've
yet.
got Manchester United 2, Manchester City 1 in the FA Cup. that is a shock result because everybody was expecting Manchester City to walk it. In the Scottish FA Cup, Glasgow Celtic won Glasgow Rangers 0. So once again, Glasgow Celtic take the Scottish FA Cup. And for FC Barcelona and Olympique Lyon, FC Barcelona 1, Olympique Lyon 0. The goal was scored in the 63 minute by Bonmatelli.
So are we in the championship part of the season now?
You're in the run up to the main European UEFA matches.
Okay.
The domestic season is coming to a close very soon. It is the end of the season, really. So
do any of the teams that are owned by superstars, are any of those teams in the championships?
No.
Okay.
No. Who the hell changed the color?
I don't know.
I did.
Put it back to blue.
No, Sports Talk with the Guys has always been green.
That color green's fine, not the other green.
Green.
The other green is Celtic green. No.
That's a good green.
There. That's close to what we had before.
That works. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe some green.
We already have a blue. And folks, the reason why we choose a different color is to keep the programs a little bit different.
Yeah.
But as we do branding, my God, I have branding, I have logos, I have image. Oh my God. And I only have a year to do this, but I've already begun working on that. I'm really excited about it. But, really
the bright puke green was just not,
Oh,
yeah, I'm sorry. I was doing the preview and I accidentally hit change. I'm like, oops, I was doing the preview. So.
Oops, my ass.
I'm folks. If you're gonna go on, and that's rightfully so. I'm gonna have to go before 11 a.m. But if you guys want to continue, please, and just keep in mind that I asked that you keep it on the hour or a half hour. It's a lot easier for programming later.
You know, I got to let slip the dogs and warm myself quite soon because I got to close down a certain house before I make myself my evening meal.
Did you get the official notice now?
Yes,
30-day notice.
Yeah, no, we registered the death on Friday.
Oh, so and I'm sorry for making this public, but you mentioned to me that once you receive the confirmation, it's like you got 30 days and that's it.
No, we get 4 weeks.
You get 4 weeks. Oh, not even 30 days.
No, we get 4 weeks, and that should kick in as of yesterday.
Oh, so it's now effective. All right. Well, I'm sorry, Animaker. I know you've been working on that. I'm glad you got a jump on it.
Yeah, we managed to get a jump on it. We've got rid of a load of stuff. Nobody wanted to buy the furniture, so that'll end up in the dump. As is most of the material going to end up in the local dump. The clothes have gone.
Did you think of? There are numerous apps, and I don't know what they are over there, but there are numerous apps where you can like give it away or even offer. There's one here in the United States called Offer Up. My sister uses it quite a. I don't use it.
Yeah.
But there's one called Offer Up, and it's just make an offer. And even if you get $1, they just come over and pick it up.
Well, nobody wants to buy about 400 small bottles of alcohol. They don't particularly want the miniature collection. So
what?
all the whiskeys, all the brandies, all the gins, all the champagnes, and the wine.
You have not reached the proper audience. Those are collectibles if they're anywhere near what Big Dog Almighty, 20, 30 years? There are some items that are probably in that collection that no longer exist.
Oh, yeah, there is. But nobody wants them over here. They're not selling, so they'll probably end up getting dumped.
Oh,
to drink it.
My heart breaks.
And I can't drink. I'm not allowed to drink.
Oh.
But we went on. We had one bottle. We checked one bottle out. There was one bottle came up on a site. They reckon it's worth £50 or £60 on it. Just that one bottle. But there's
Girl,
none of
you could be rich.
I could be if I had the right buyer or right two buyers who were willing to fight over it. But
Do you have a British version of Craigslist?
No.
Or Craigslist?
Nope.
Well, that's what
okay.
I mentioned, either Craigslist or OfferUp. There's got to be something over there that is socially.
What we're going to do is one of my Kim's friends going to put the bottles into a little collection, like 4 or 5 bottles, and just put them on eBay and see what they go for.
Okay, there
That's
you
just what I was
go.
gonna say. Try eBay.
That
Yeah.
worked, yeah.
Yeah, she's going to do that because.
Or you might also want to mention to her Facebook. Facebook does a lot of the sales.
Marketplace.
I'm not sure if they can. I don't know if they can do alcohol or not, but I know Facebook is a little bit better because there's either no fees or the fees are a lot less than eBay. eBay's been going a little crazy on their fees, so a lot of people are shying away from eBay lately.
Okay, so but there you go, Anime Girl. You're getting suggestions. Thank you, Big Dog. NorCal Girl, you mentioned another one. Oh, my. Hold on a minute.
I was going to say, is there a British version of AA?
Yes, there is, Almighty.
Yes, it's called AA.
Oh, that's almost like when I asked the question a year and a half ago. Let it go.
Yeah,
you stand outside of the meeting going, "Hey guys, thirsty?"
What a
What
a dick!
Here's one of the things that I've got to get rid of.
And
But
while
yeah, if you can hear me,
yeah,
Facebook has, and I think it's for any place in the world that has Facebook, they have what's known as Facebook Marketplace.
oh yeah, that's what Big Dog mentioned right now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But I don't know if you can sell liquor on there because liquor sales are real.
What is that?
That looks like Madari.
That is a meerkat, but it's done. It's done.
That's
as
cool.
William Wallace.
Is that a liquor? Is that a liquor or is it just a statue?
And you couldn't get £1 for that?
Okay.
You can't even
Wow,
give them
cool.
away.
What?
I've got another one up there. It's a piper with his pipes and his kilt, a lot. And nobody wants them.
Those are cute.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've got a bag full of soft toys. Meerkats. Nobody wants them.
Okay, be very careful the way you said that. Some people might flip out over that one.
Yeah.
This year, almighty, jeez.
Want a baby picture?
Is that you?
That's me.
Oh, how cute!
That's me as a baby with my teddy bear.
Do you remember your teddy bear's name?
Mother had that up in her bedroom, so I've got to go sort that out.
I like the frame. It's a beautiful frame too.
That frame, believe it or not,
I don't.
is as old as I am.
Okay, I do.
Oh, so it's only it's only about 30 years old. Okay, not bad.
I wish.
You see, it's amazing to me the incredible level of empathy Big Dog has, and which is right now, and then his dickishness as well.
And then that can be an asshole, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, flat out.
The double A stuff. The going to AA meetings. You guys thirsty?
Actually,
the difference is I'm getting used to Big Dog now.
Yeah, and honestly, Big Dog, forgive me, but I don't consider that
I am an acquired taste.
Oh, for the love of God! Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh
you
yeah.
better believe it. Yours is an acquired taste as Greek ouzo.
Big Dog, you going and doing that on an AA? No, that's not being an ass. That's just being. That's your dickishness. There's no doubt about that. That's actually being funny, mean funny.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that Almighty has stayed quiet, so hopefully I didn't push a button there. I mean, did you do that? And now Big Dog's getting credit for it? Or that was done to you and you wanted to take that? I'm just curious.
What,
I'm just no.
No. You're just.
I'm just.
Almighty's just almighty.
That's right.
Oh, for the love of God.
So anyway.
Yeah, you've got Almighty down there and the Son of God over there, and well, Christ knows what you are in the middle. There you go.
So does that make NorCal Girl Mary?
What am I?
Mary Magdalene?
I'm not saying a word. No, last time I looked
down that road, you're on your own.
I know
Actually,
she's not the Virgin Mary.
Okay, then if you
Well,
guys
that's
are
like
who,
that one.
I have to know who, if that would be Mary Magdalene, who is Anime Girl, because I would have to be either a Pharisee or Pontius Pilate, either one.
Yeah, I'm one of the miracles.
Oh yeah. Oh, turning water into wine.
Well,
Oh,
yeah. In my case, I'm turning silk into a sow's ear, but there you go.
okay, that's funny. And based on that comment and based on everyone else, folks, and this is directed to the audience, it just goes to show we don't take ourselves seriously. If we can laugh at ourselves, which is the first step to recovery, no AA, no AA commentary right there. I didn't mean that. It's just
Oh,
we
God.
don't take ourselves seriously, folks. That's why when I do get hate letters and comments, I don't give a rat's. I've
Sport Keeper,
received a few of them. Yes, big dog.
if someone from Holland married someone from the Philippines, do their kids become jalapenos?
Oh, I choked because that was actually quite good. All right, come on, you guys, let's go. Jokes. I already slammed Anime Girl this morning with one. So
Oh,
Big
really?
Dog gave one. Almighty, go ahead and NorCal Girl. You guys have a joke?
I don't have a joke.
I'm shocked. NorCal Girl?
I don't have one either.
Because Anime Girl actually gave me Foxtrot Oscar for mine, which I thought was kind of funny. So, all right. Well, sorry.
No, you ain't gonna get no jokes now.
Oh, were you really that offended by that one? Oh, come on.
No, I wasn't offended. Hey, if
I
was
actually thought that one was
offended,
kind of
you-
funny.
Squeeze me. If I was offended, you'd know about it, wouldn't you? Be
Okay,
honest.
I had a few. I actually there was another one I wanted to tell, and you may like this one, so I'm going to go with this one. A group of Americans were touring Ireland. One of the women in the group was a real curmudgeon, constantly complaining. The bus seats are uncomfortable. The food is terrible. It's too hot. It's too cold. The accommodations are awful. The group arrived at the site of the famous Blarney Stone. Good luck. We'll be following you for all your days. Kiss the Blarney Stone, the guide said. Unfortunately, it's being cleaned today, so none of you will be able to kiss it. Perhaps we can come back tomorrow. We can't be here tomorrow, the nasty woman shouted. We have some other boring tour to go on, so I guess we can't kiss the stupid stone. Well, now, the guide said, it is said that if you kiss someone who has kissed the stone, you'll have the same good fortune. And I suppose you've kissed the stone, the woman scoffed. No, ma'am, the frustrated guide said, but I've sat on it.
Oy.
You can all go to hell. Anyway, you
You
guys on the other side then.
Hey, here we are. I just found a really, really bad joke from Reader's Digest. You might like it.
Oh, it's probably
Woohoo.
mine then. Go ahead.
If you're an American, when you go into the bathroom, and an American when you come out, what are you in the bathroom?
I don't know. What are you?
European.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
that. That's a good
yeah.
one.
I've heard that one. That was
Okay,
good.
guys.
The fish say when he swam into
Oh.
the wall?
I'm sorry. What was that?
What did
What
the
do you call
fish
a
say
fake
when
noodle?
when he swam into the wall?
I don't know. What did the fish say?
Damn.
Okay. NorCal girl?
What do you call a fake noodle?
Ramen?
An M pasta
Ooh.
instead of an antipasta?
So, did you hear about the? What did I hear? I forgot the joke. I forgot the joke.
Okay, well, come back.
No,
All
did
right,
you hear about the bossy man at the bar? He ordered
Okay.
everyone around.
All right. And once again, folks, I'm sorry. I was given a Foxtrot Oscar for this. What's the difference between England and a tea bag? As you all know, a tea bag could stay in the cup for longer.
Why don't Indians play soccer?
Go on.
Because whenever they're in the corner, they open up a store.
Ooh.
I thought that was going to
I
come
feel
down
like
to be
that.
like, every time they play football, somebody's sitting on the ball or something, for sitting bull.
No, that was deliciously inappropriate, which is funny. That's good.
Two muffins.
That's what jokes are supposed. Oh, sorry.
Two muffins are sitting in the oven.
Whoa,
one
hold
turn-
on a minute.
one
That may
turn-
have a connotation here in the United States.
One turns to the other and says, "Wow, it's pretty hot in here." The other one shouts out, "Wow, a talking muffin!"
Boy.
I sold my vacuum the other day. All it was doing was collecting dust.
That was good.
These
That
are
was
Reader's
bad.
Digest jokes.
But that was a bad
Why
joke.
are people tired in April?
Oh, I wonder why.
They just finished a 31-day march.
Good one.
That's actually impressive.
What is Forrest Gump's email password?
Forrest Gump's email password?
Yeah.
Chocolate.
No, one Forrest one.
Oh,
One Forrest one. It's good. Like it.
how many lips
Why do
does
all-
a flower have?
What? NorCal girl?
How many lips does a flower have?
Tulips.
Very good.
Yep. Big dog?
Why do all cripples go to hell? Because they can't climb the stairway to heaven.
There with heaven.
Oh, okay. That was good. That was good.
What is red and bad for your teeth?
Vampire?
No, a brick. Two guys walk into a bar. The third guy ducks.
I've heard that one.
Okay, I wish she would have commented on which one. We got to check on the chat room. The golfer asked, "Do you think my game is improving?" The caddy said, "Yes, Roger. You missed the ball much closer now."
Why does Snoop Dogg use an umbrella?
To keep the smoke
Wait.
in.
For drizzle.
Oh,
we
for
go.
the love of God!
Yeah, exactly. Did you hear about
Why
did you
don't-
hear the story about the claustrophobic astronaut?
No.
He just needed some space.
Face.
Why don't gay guys go past 68 miles an hour?
Guess they don't want to do a 69.
Because at 69 they blow a rod.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on, gridiron girl.
Gridiron girl?
Yeah, she's in. That's Sonia.
Oh boy.
She's in the chat room.
Never
She's
mind.
listening.
Okay, right.
There's almost one that's the same as the
Oh, here we go.
two-part joke I wasn't allowed to say for a while.
A man-
Oh,
I'll
he
skip that
eventually said it,
Here we
but
go.
we had to do
Yeah,
it
but
Rick D style.
I
You
won't
ready?
say this one.
You ready for this? A man
No.
and a giraffe walk into a bar. After a few drinks, the giraffe falls over and dies. The man begins to turn around and walk out. The bartender stops him. "Hey, you can't leave that lion there." The man turns around and says, "It's not a lion, it's a giraffe."
A Giants fan, a Padre fan, and a Dodger fan are climbing a mountain and arguing who loves his team more. The Padre fan insists he's the most loyal. "This is for San Diego," he yells and jumps off the side of the mountain. Not to be outdone, the Giants fan is next to profess his love for his team. He yells, "This is for San Francisco!" and pushes the Dodger fan off the mountain.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
It could have been either the Dodger or the Giant fan, and it would work depending on the universe.
A dyslexic man walks into a bra.
Uh-oh.
Walks into a bra.
Well, yeah, he's dyslexic.
Dyslexic man walks
Okay,
into
okay,
a bra.
gotcha.
They're not as funny when you have to explain them.
No.
Sorry.
What do you call a fly with no wings? A walk.
Head.
A what?
A walk.
A walk. Fly, walk. Okay.
Why did Monica Lewinsky become a Republican?
What the hell?
That was a car.
Because the Democrats left a bad taste in her mouth.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Actually, yeah, that one I may have heard before. Oh, I don't know if Gridiron Girl was happy with one of them. I don't know which one. You know, you got to comment, Gridiron Girl. But this is for Gridiron Girl. Your mama's so fat when she plays paintball, her teammates hide behind her.
what did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? Supplies.
Oh,
Oh,
a good dad joke.
How do you light up a sports stadium?
You ask Almighty to plug himself in.
Yeah. With a soccer match.
That's
Like it.
good. That was even better.
It's inappropriate to make a dad joke if you're not a dad. It's a faux pas.
Oh, that's impressive.
yeah.
Here's one for Roger from his seminary days.
Yeah.
What do you call a nun in a wheelchair? Virgin mobile.
Virgin Mobile. Okay. Come on, Gridiron Girl. What are you going to comment on that one?
Why don't people like? This is an old one. Why don't people like playing Uno with Mexicans?
What did the nut? Wait,
Why do they don't like playing Uno with Mexicans?
yeah, who?
Because the Mexicans always steal the green cards.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh,
What do
yeah.
you call a psychic little person who has escaped from prison?
Oh, she wasn't happy. Okay. I'm in a subway. Can't comment. Whatever, Gridiron Girl. I'm sorry, Enemy Girl. I interrupted you.
What do you
in
call
a
a psychic
subway.
little person who has escaped from prison?
What do you call a little person who's escaped from prison?
A little psychic person.
Oh, Gridiron Girl.
No, a small medium at large.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
why did the kids
That's
throw
a good one.
butter out the window?
I'm sorry, NorCal Girl.
Why did the kid throw a stick of butter out the window?
His mom was running up the stairs. I don't know why.
To see butterfly.
Oh.
What is the most terrifying word in nuclear physics? Oops.
That okay, yeah. Well, that was an old Challenger joke. Remember? What were the captain's last words?
Yeah.
What does this button do? What are the captain's last words? Oh no, what were Chris McCullum's last words? Oops. That one was messed up. This one goes back to 1986, folks. So only a few people will get this one. What do Bill Buckner and Michael Jackson have in common? They both wear a glove on one hand for no apparent reason. And that was sad because Bill Buckner was actually a good first baseman, but he will forever be remembered for that one.
What's the best part about living in Switzerland?
The cheese?
No, I don't know, but the flag's a big plus.
See? What did the cupcake tell its frosting?
You're hot.
I'd be muffin without you.
Here's one for Liz. Why did the cow go to the movies? No, that's never mind. I fucked that up. Never mind. I fucked that all up. Yeah,
Right.
I did.
What do you call a Frenchman in sandals? Felipe Floppy?
Oh, I've heard that one.
Oh,
I have
cool.
not. I have not.
eBay is so.
Oh, Tanya got mad at one of the jokes.
Yeah.
I don't know which one it was.
eBay is so useless. I tried looking up lighters, and all I had was 13,749 matches.
How many UNC fans does it take to change a tire? I like this one. How many UNC fans does it take to change a tire? 4.
I don't know how many.
3 to tap the keg and 1 to call daddy. More real than we care to admit.
Yeah. What sits at the bottom of the sea and twitches?
What?
What sits at the bottom of the sea and twitches?
An anemone.
Nervous wreck.
Yes,
Clam.
nervous wreck.
Which one?
I heard that one some years ago.
A nervous
I
wreck.
wrote a song about a tortilla. Well, actually, it's more of a rap.
Oh, very good. How do you get a UNC fan to leave your house? Pay the pizza delivery driver. That-
Wow.
What's
Yeah,
the difference? What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo?
One eats you and the
Oh,
other
I've
one
heard
lights
this
you
one.
up.
No, one is really heavy and the other one is a little
It's
lighter.
really light. Yep. I told that one to you before, Anime Girl. That's why
Yeah.
it sounded familiar.
Have you heard the joke about yoga? Never mind. It's a bit of a stretch.
Why
How
are
is
blonde
Popeye?
jokes?
No, hold on. What? Big dog?
Go, big dog.
How is Popeye like an artichoke?
He couldn't spinach his fruit?
They both come in olive oil.
Oh,
Why
very good.
are blonde jokes so short?
Their attention span.
No, so men can remember them.
Oh, said the
Ooh.
blonde. Said the blonde.
Yeah, said the blonde.
Where did people hang out in medieval times?
What? What was the question? I'm sorry.
In the
Where
stable?
did medieval people hang out?
Oh, I'd go for that too, big dog. The stable.
A nightclub.
Oh, very good.
Ah, okay.
Spelling a nightclub. Okay.
What's the
Hey.
difference between what's the difference between Jesus and a painting of Jesus? You only need one nail to hang the painting.
Oh, I'd heard that one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that one's messed up.
Man walks into
Yeah, I'm the
Tanya's
one that
gonna
told that
kill
one.
you for that one. Tanya's gonna kill you for that one. Anime girl.
Sorry,
Man
Tanya.
walks into a pet store and asks for a dozen bees. The clerk carefully crates out 13 bees onto the counter. The guy says, "Hey, that's one too many." The clerk replies, "Nah, it's a freebie."
That
Oh,
was good. How do you flick off a Green Bay Packer fan?
Tell him he's won.
Oh, that's very good. You hold 4 fingers up.
Did you hear about the cat that ate a lemon? Now it's a sourpuss.
That was good. Like it. What do the Buffalo Sabres, the hockey team, and the Titanic have in common?
They both sink.
They
without
both
trace.
went down.
Oh my God, that is so damn close. Any other two? I mean, you're so damn close. What did the Buffalo Sabres and the Titanic have in common? They're both at the bottom of the Atlantic. That was good, man. Those were 2 good guesses. Oh my God. What do hookers? No, I'm sorry. What do hookers and the dolphins have in common?
They both smell like
have
fish.
hundreds.
They
What?
both smell fishy.
Oh, they both have hundreds of balls pounded into their end zone every week. Oh, what? You all got disgusted on that one?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the comment. I still want to know where she's at when she's in the subway.
Oh, I think she's talking about the restaurant.
I got fired from my
Oh.
job at the bank today. An old lady asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over.
There you go. That's right.
Why does Dwayne Wade wear number 3? Because that's the number of minutes he can stay on the court without getting hurt.
Oh, geez.
Oh, that's good.
That's an older one. That one is an older one.
Where do you
What
take
do
somebody who's
Hold
been
on.
injured?
Go ahead.
Where do you take somebody who's been injured in a peekaboo incident?
Who?
To
Where?
the ICU.
Okay, very good. All right, we're down to a minute, folks. We got to finish this one up in exactly a minute now. Go, Almighty.
What do clouds wear beneath their pants?
Lightning?
Underwear.
Thunderwear. Oh, all right. Okay, that was good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to just a few seconds. We are going to finish up at the 5-hour mark. I want to thank everyone for joining us. Thank you, Big Dog, Almighty, Anime Girl, and NorCal Girl. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. As I mentioned, I already slipped it out of the bag. We're going to have some other news moving forward, and we ask you to bear with us as we do this transition. It's going to be an exciting transition, but we're working to get there, so we ask you to work with us. A lot of good stuff. Head on over to ndbmedia.net to check out what's on calendar, upcoming programs, and we ask you to like, subscribe, and follow, and we'll see you guys on the other side. No time for the bell. See you guys.